आपका ही सर, आपका ही
मैं सारे पैनलिस्ट से एक बार पुनः निवेदन करना चाहूंगा कि वे अपने वीडियो कैमरास को ऑन कर दें. All the panelists, you are once again requested to kindly switch on your video cameras.
सबको म्यूट कर दिया है.
Namaskar and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. Welcome to this post-budget webinar. It is organized by Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, on the inspiring theme, Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas, fulfilling aspirations of people. Let me extend a warm welcome to honorable ministers, senior officials, academicians, industry leaders, students, representatives from diverse sectors, particularly education, health, hospitality, and sports. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi will address the webinar in a short while from now, covering diverse sectors, including education, health, AYUSH, Pharma, tourism, hospitality skills, and sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last of the webinars organized around the core theme of the Union Budget 2026-27. The objective is to translate the budget's strategic reforms into an actionable, outcome-oriented framework through wide-ranging consultations with ministries, academia, industry, civil society, and implementation partners. नमस्कार, सुप्रभात देवी और सज्जनों, मेरा नाम शुभेंदु घोष है। 2026 के पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार श्रृंखला के अंतिम वेबिनार में आप सभी का स्वागत है। ये वेबिनार शिक्षा मंत्रालय के उच्च शिक्षा विभाग द्वारा आयोजित किया गया है। इसका मूल मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, जन आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करना। कुछ ही देर में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी इस वेबिनार से जुड़ेंगे। वे शिक्षा, कौशल, विश्वविद्यालय टाउनशिप, दिव्यांगजन कौशल योजना, स्वास्थ्य, आयुष, फार्मा, पर्यटन, आतिथ्य कौशल और खेल संबंधी विषयों पर अपने विचार साझा करेंगे। ये वेबिनार केंद्रीय बजट 2026-27 के तहत प्रमुख घोषणाओं के कार्यान्वयन के तरीकों पर विचार विमर्श करने के लिए प्रमुख स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ किया जा रहा है। वर्ष 2021 में अपनी शुरुआत से ही ये पहल संवाद, चिंतन और सामूहिक कार्रवाई के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण मंच बन गया है। ये हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और भारत सरकार की दूरदर्शी सोच को भी दर्शाता है, जिसके अंतर्गत प्रत्येक नीति, प्रत्येक सुधार और प्रत्येक बजटीय प्रावधान केवल एक वित्तीय प्रक्रिया नहीं है, बल्कि नागरिकों को सशक्त करने, संस्थानों को मजबूत बनाने और राष्ट्रीय विकास को गति देने का एक मार्गदर्शक है। इस पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार का उद्देश्य केंद्रीय बजट से उत्पन्न सकारात्मक गति को आगे बढ़ाना है, उसे बनाए रखना है, ताकि विभिन्न दृष्टिकोणों के माध्यम से बजट की गहरी और व्यापक समझ विकसित की जा सके। साथ ही सभी हितधारकों, स्टेक होल्डर्स में सहभागिता और स्वामित्व की मजबूत भावना विकसित करनी जाने वाली है, जिससे जनता की आकांक्षाओं प्रभावी रूप से ठोस परिणामों में परिवर्तित हो सके। सरकार के आत्मनिर्भर भारत और विकसित भारत 2047 के दृष्टिकोण के अनुरूप इन सत्रों को सामूहिक ज्ञान और व्यवहारिक विशेषज्ञता का उपयोग करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया है। Ladies and gentlemen, a diverse group of panelists and participants are joining us for the subsequent sessions from across India and the world, ensuring a rich and multifaceted discussion. The webinar brings together honorable ministers, senior officials, academicians, industry leaders, students, representatives from diverse sectors today, particularly from education, health, hospitality, and sports. Now, each of these stakeholders will be sharing their unique perspectives, experiences, and expertise, creating an environment of meaningful dialogue and knowledge exchange. By engaging voices from such varied backgrounds, the sessions are designed to foster collaboration, generate innovative ideas, and provide holistic insights into topics under consideration. The impact of these sessions, as expected, will be far-reaching. They are designed to foster joint preparations that draws on both global best practices as well as local experiences, ensuring that diverse expertise is effectively utilized. They will also enable credible action to remove bottlenecks, address challenges that are typically encountered during implementation, thereby strengthening the delivery of these flagship reforms. Most importantly, these sessions will facilitate timely completion of all preparatory measures so that execution can begin in earnest, translating vision into results and ensuring that benefits of the union budget reach the people swiftly and effectively. This webinar is a reaffirmation of our shared commitment to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas, building a future where governance is participatory, development is inclusive, and every citizen's aspiration finds fulfillment. इस वेबिनार में विभिन्न मंत्रालयों में आयोजित ब्रेकआउट सत्र होंगे। उच्च शिक्षा विभाग के अंतर्गत 5 सत्र, पर्यटन मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत 4 सत्र तथा स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत 7 सत्र हैं। ये सत्र नवाचार और सहयोग के सशक्त माध्यम के रूप में कार्य करेंगे। इन सत्रों में विविध पृष्ठभूमियों से आए पैनलिस्ट और प्रतिभागी भाग लेंगे, जिससे समृद्ध और बहुआयामी चर्चा सुनिश्चित की जाएगी। इस आयोजन में मंत्रीगण, शिक्षाविद, छात्र, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, पर्यटन क्षेत्र के प्रतिनिधि, कॉर्पोरेट जगत के नेता, सरकारी संगठनों के अधिकारी तथा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थानों के प्रतिनिधि भी शामिल होंगे। ये सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स अपनी विशिष्ट दृष्टिकोण, अनुभव, विशेषज्ञता साझा करेंगे, जिससे सार्थक संवाद और ज्ञान के आदान प्रदान का वातावरण तैयार होगा।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, मंत्रिपरिषद के माननीय सदस्यगण, विभिन्न मंत्रालयों एवं विभागों के अधिकारीगण, उद्योग जगत के प्रतिनिधि, शिक्षाविद तथा इस वेबिनार से जुड़े सभी प्रतिभागी, आप सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। सबका साथ सबका विकास, फुलफिलिंग एस्पिरेशंस ऑफ पीपल की भावना से प्रेरित इस पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करते हुए मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। आज आयोजित इस वेबिनार में शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, पर्यटन तथा आतिथ्य से संबंधित कुल 22 बजट घोषणाओं पर विस्तार से विचार विमर्श किया जाएगा। इसके लिए 16 ब्रेकआउट सेशन निर्धारित किए गए हैं, जिसमें लगभग 193 विशेषज्ञ भाग लेंगे। यह बजट वर्ष 2047 के विकसित भारत के हम सभी के संकल्पों को साकार करने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है, जो समावेशी विकास और नए अवसरों का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से विनम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि वे इस अवसर पर हम सभी को अपना मार्गदर्शन दें और हमें आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा प्रदान करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
साथियों, बजट के बाद वेबिनार की इस सीरीज में आज चौथा और अहम वेबिनार है। फुलफिलिंग एस्पिरेशंस ऑफ पीपल, यानी जन आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति। ये केवल एक चर्चा का विषय नहीं है, ये इस बजट का मूल ध्येय और इस सरकार का संकल्प भी है। इन जन आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम एजुकेशन, स्किल, हेल्थ, टूरिज्म, स्पोर्ट, कल्चर ऐसे मूलभूत सेक्टर्स हैं। इसलिए इस वेबिनार में हम इन महत्वपूर्ण आयामों पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। बजट घोषणाओं के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए इन विषयों से जुड़े सभी एक्सपर्ट्स, पॉलिसी मेकर्स और स्कॉलर्स, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स और मेरे युवा साथी, आप सभी के विचार और सुझाव बहुत अहम है। मैं आप सभी का इस चौथे बजट वेबिनार के इस सत्र में स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, भारत आज प्रिवेंटिव और होलिस्टिक हेल्थ के लिए एक विशाल विजन पर काम कर रहा है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में देश का हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मजबूत हुआ है। सैकड़ों जिलों में नए नए मेडिकल कॉलेज खुल गए हैं। आयुष्मान भारत योजना, आरोग्य मंदिरों के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं की पहुंच गांव गांव तक बढ़ाई गई है। हमारे योग और आयुर्वेद पूरी दुनिया में पॉपुलर हो रहे हैं। आप सभी इसके विभिन्न पहलुओं पर संवाद अवश्य करेंगे, लेकिन एक अहम विषय जिसका मैं जिक्र करना चाहूंगा वो है केयर इकोनॉमी। आने वाले दशक में देश में सीनियर सिटीजन्स की संख्या तेजी से बढ़ेगी। इसके अलावा आज वर्तमान में दुनिया के कई देशों में केयर गिवर्स की भारी मांग है। इसलिए अब हेल्थ सेक्टर में लाखों युवाओं के लिए नई स्किल आधारित रोजगार के नए अवसर तैयार हो रहे हैं। मैं इस वेबिनार में उपस्थित हेल्थ सेक्टर के एक्सपर्ट से आग्रह करूंगा वो नए ट्रेनिंग मॉडल्स और पार्टनरशिप विकसित करने पर सुझाव दें, ताकि देश में ट्रेनिंग इकोसिस्टम और ज्यादा मजबूत हो सके। साथियों, इसी से जुड़ा दूसरा विषय टेलीमेडिसिन का है। आज बड़ी संख्या में दूर दराज के क्षेत्र के लोग भी इसका लाभ उठा रहे हैं और विश्वास बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। लेकिन मैं समझता हूं इसमें अब भी जागरूकता और सहजता बढ़ाए जाने की बहुत जरूरत है। साथियों, पिछले एक दशक में देश के माइंडसेट में एक बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है। आज गांव, कस्बा, शहर की सीमाओं से परे भारत का हर युवा कुछ नया करना चाहता है। उसमें कुछ कर गुजरने का जज्बा है। नई पीढ़ी का ये नया माइंडसेट देश की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है, उज्जवल भविष्य की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी है। इसे कैपिटलाइज करने के लिए हमें अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को निरंतर आधुनिक बनाए रखना, अपग्रेड करते ही रहना है। नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने इसके लिए जरूरी बेस तैयार कर दिया है। अब बहुत आवश्यक है कि हमारे करिकुलम मार्केट की जरूरतों के हिसाब से अपडेटेड रहे। हमें हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम को रियल वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी से जोड़ने की प्रक्रिया को और तेज करनी होगी। एआई और ऑटोमेशन, डिजिटल इकोनॉमी और डिजाइन ड्रिवन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऐसे विषयों पर हमें फोकस और बढ़ाना होगा। साथियों, देश में एजुकेशन को एम्प्लॉयमेंट और एंटरप्राइज से जोड़ने की दिशा में लगातार काम हो रहा है। यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप जैसे नए मॉडल्स में हमारे इसी अप्रोच का प्रतिबिंब है। आज भारत एवीजीसी सेक्टर यानी एनिमेशन, विजुअल इफेक्ट्स, गेमिंग और कॉमिक्स को बढ़ावा दे रहा है। भारत इनोवेशन ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी की ओर बढ़ रहा है। आज इस वेबिनार में देश के अनेक शिक्षाविद और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस जुड़े हैं। मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि इस वेबिनार में अपने कैंपस को इंडस्ट्री कोलैबोरेशन और रिसर्च ड्रिवन लर्निंग उसको केंद्र के रूप में विकसित करने की दिशा में जरूर मंथन हो। इससे स्टूडेंट्स को रियल वर्ल्ड एक्सपोजर मिलेगा और स्किल इकोसिस्टम और मजबूत होगा। साथियों, एक बहुत अहम विषय है स्टेम यानी साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग और मैथमेटिक्स। इस क्षेत्र में ये बहुत गर्व का विषय है कि हमारे देश में स्टेम के विषयों पर रुचि रखने में बेटियों की संख्या लगातार बढ़ रही है। आज जब हम फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए तैयार हो रहे हैं तो बहुत जरूरी है कि कोई भी बेटी अवसरों के अभाव में रुक न जाए। वेबिनार में आप इस दिशा में जरूर चर्चा करें। हमें महिलाओं के पार्टिसिपेशन को बढ़ाने पर और जोर देना होगा। हमें ऐसा रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम तैयार करना होगा जहां यंग रिसर्चर्स को एक्सपेरिमेंट करने और नए आइडियाज पर काम करने का पूरा अवसर मिले। साथियों, युवा शक्ति तभी राष्ट्रीय शक्ति बनती है जब वह स्वस्थ भी हो, अनुशासित भी हो और आत्मविश्वास से भरी हो। इसलिए पिछले कुछ वर्षों में खेलों को राष्ट्रीय विकास की एक महत्वपूर्ण धारा के रूप में देखा गया है। खेलो इंडिया जैसी पहलों ने देश में स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को नई ऊर्जा दी है। देश भर में स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत किया जा रहा है। इस वेबिनार में आप सभी कुछ सवालों पर जरूर मंथन करें, जैसे छोटी छोटी जगहों से भी प्रतिभाओं की पहचान को और सटीक कैसे किया जाए, हजारों खिलाड़ियों को स्ट्रक्चर्ड फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट में सुधार कैसे हो, और तीसरी अहम बात, हमारी स्पोर्ट्स बॉडीज को और ज्यादा प्रोफेशनल कैसे बनाया जाए। अगले कुछ वर्षों में देश में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स होने जा रहे हैं। देश ओलंपिक आयोजन के प्रयास में जुटा है। ऐसे में हमें आज कम आयु के खिलाड़ियों को पहचान कर उन्हें तराशना होगा, तभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिताओं में भारत का परचम लहरा पाएगा। साथियों, टूरिज्म और कल्चर रोजगार के नए अवसर बढ़ाने में बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं। जब किसी स्थान पर टूरिज्म बढ़ता है तो उस स्थान या उस शहर की ब्रांडिंग भी बढ़ जाती है। इससे उस शहर का ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट भी बहुत तेज हो जाता है। भारत में ऐसे ऐतिहासिक स्थलों की कोई कमी नहीं है, लेकिन लंबे समय तक टूरिज्म कुछ चुनिंदा स्थानों तक ही सीमित रह गया। अब हमें देश के कोने कोने में टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन को नए सिरे से डेवलप करने पर फोकस कर रहे हैं। साथियों, आप सभी इस वेबिनार में भारत के टूरिज्म इकोसिस्टम को मजबूत करने के लिए होलिस्टिक अप्रोच पर जरूर चर्चा करें। ट्रेन गाइड्स, हॉस्पिटैलिटी स्किल्स, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी, कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन, स्वच्छता, टूरिज्म और इनसे जुड़े विषयों पर आपके सुझाव बहुत अहम होंगे। साथियों, जब इंस्टीट्यूशंस, इंडस्ट्री, एकेडेमिया मिलकर काम करते हैं तो परिवर्तन की गति तेज हो जाती है। बजट के बाद वेबिनार की जो ये सीरीज हुई है, मुझे विश्वास है उससे आने वाले समय के लिए ठोस दिशा मिलेगी। ऐसे ही प्रयासों से विकसित भारत की नींव और मजबूत होगी। और साथियों, ये बड़ा सुखद अनुभव है कि वेबिनार की परंपरा के कारण पोस्ट बजट और खास करके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर मुझे जो बताया गया इस वर्ष लाखों की तादाद में लोग जो इन विषयों से जुड़े हुए हैं, एक्सपर्ट भी हैं, उसके लाभार्थी भी हैं, उसकी व्यवस्था से जुड़े हुए हैं, यानी एक प्रकार से जो जो लोग ड्राइविंग फोर्स हैं, वे सभी लोग बड़ी सक्रियता के साथ वेबिनार में जुड़े। हमारे अफसर मुझे बता रहे थे कि बहुत उत्तम सुझाव आ रहे हैं, बहुत प्रैक्टिकल सुझाव आ रहे हैं, यानी एक प्रकार से समस्याओं का समाधान ही नहीं, नई ऊर्जा, नई गति के साथ आगे बढ़ने का हौसला भी देखने को मिलता है। मैं कहता हूं कि वेबिनार का बहुत ही सुखद अनुभव है। इसमें हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी वेबिनार में जिन जिन लोगों ने हिस्सा लिया है, सब अभिनंदन के अधिकारी हैं, धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। एक बार फिर आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायक संबोधन के लिए धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are now in the breakout sessions of the program led by different ministries. I invite Dr. Vineet Joshi, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, to present the outline of the sessions led by Ministry of Education.
Everybody, I hope we are audible.
It appears that the parallel session for the sports department on Khelo Bharat mission, people have logged in, but I can also see people, colleagues from other ministries and other sectors. So we'll just pause for a few minutes to just see that further break-in is happening or not. We are just checking up with our NIC teams. Kindly bear with us for a few minutes. Well, sir, you are also there. Do you have a separate session? MOFCC? Yeah, do यार.
morning, everybody. I welcome all the panelists and the participants for today's webinar. Sorry, there was slight technical glitch. We had to wait for a few minutes. But now we can start. I would first request Secretary Sir to kindly give the opening remarks and context.
Thank you very much and welcome to this webinar. It's a very important landmark movement for all of us in the sports ecosystem in India. We know that Indian sport is going through an inflection point at this juncture. However, budget announcement of Khelo India mission is a really big feather in the cap in continuum of all the effort that are being made by all of us collectively in terms of governance reforms as well as major initiatives in various sectors. So as you are aware that Honorable Finance Minister in her budget speech mentioned about launching a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. So that's a very long-term 10-year roadmap that has been laid down. And Honorable Finance Minister was also very particular in specifically mentioning about integrated talent development pathway. She also mentioned about systemic development of coaches and support staff. She also mentioned about integration of sports science and technology. And she also mentioned about competition and leagues to promote sports culture. And she said development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. So virtually it covered almost all the aspects of the effort that government needs to make through the budgetary support as well as various initiatives in terms of policy and governance changes that we need to bring into the whole system. So with those positive remarks from the Finance Minister in her budget speech and then this webinar today where we got the guidance from Honorable Prime Minister also, I would request Inim to take the proceedings forward. We look forward to very positive and encouraging participation from all the esteemed guests, and we look forward to your guidance so that when we get down to the brass tacks of implementing this Khelo India mission, our guidelines reflect the wisdom of people who are present here today in the webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So first, we have a very detailed presentation on the proposed Khelo India mission. So our Deputy Director Himabindu will make the presentation. These have various verticals on which we are working and trying to put as part of the scheme. Later on during our discussion, we can deliberate on these components and sub-components, and we would like to take your valuable suggestions and observations on this mission program. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Secretary Sir and senior officers and all the dignitaries who are on the panel and many coaches and administrators from Sports Authority of India and state governments. This is an important session for all of us. As Sir has said, we are at an inflection point, and taking forward from the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, Sir, in saying that all our efforts are towards fulfilling the aspirations of the people. And how do we, Khelo India mission is all about how do we enable us to reach our fullest potential and unleash that into medal tally. So we will take you through the efforts which have been done in last few years and where we need to go forward.
Next.
The flow of the presentation would be background, currently where are we at and what is our medal tally in Olympics, then what are we doing currently in the current Khelo India scheme, what is Khelo Bharat Niti talking about or the ecosystem challenges, then what are the proposed interventions, and what is all Khelo India mission is all about. So in sports, as we all are aware, one of the important parameters is how many medals we have won in Olympics, and it's very simple, and the parameter for measurement is very simple, but the journey is not. So if you see, there is a tremendous increase in the medals post 2014. And you can also correlate that with the launch of Target Olympic Podium Scheme, and then our poor performance in Rio Olympics, then the formation of Olympic Task Force, then the launch of Khelo India scheme, and more than 10 medals, almost 13 medals in 2 editions of Tokyo and Paris. But again, when we see it in the context of the aspirations of the people and aspirations of the sporting ecosystem, is it enough? Is 71st rank at Olympics enough? No. So then how do we go and achieve or be in top 10 or be in top 5? What do we do about it? That is the manthan which has been bothering all of us, and which we all have been discussing and coming out with great ideas from the ecosystem. When we look at this journey of first of all Target Olympic Podium Scheme, where it was initially the low hanging fruits were caught and custom support was given to athletes who were part of the Team India, so that we get immediate medals. And that we have seen that in Tokyo, when we got 7 medals and the gold in athletics, of course, in spite of all the COVID and the hindrances to the preparation. But post 2017, when by the in a way by the initiative of TOPS and how it was received, so Khelo India was launched with the twin objectives of mass sports participation and sports excellence. That was implemented through 5 components. One is creation and upgradation of sports infrastructure, sports competitions and talent development, Khelo India centers and sports academies, Fit India movement, and promotion of inclusiveness through sports. Going by component wise, if you see, there was a huge gap in the infrastructure in the country, and especially in sports infrastructure. Over 300 infrastructure have been created across the country in collaboration with state, based on the proposals received from the state. Then beyond that, how do we take state from events to excellence? And that's where Khelo India Youth Games, which have started in 2018, and Khelo India University Games, Khelo India Winter Games, Khelo India Para Games. Today, these national level games have set a standard of sort in the country on how an international level of conduct is done. Today, athlete does not have hesitation when they go abroad, when they experience Khelo India Games or the national games, which are on similar standards of Khelo India Games today. Apart from that, there are other thematic games. Today we had discussion on the tourism as well, and so where Khelo India Beach Games, Khelo India Water Sports Festival, these are all contributing to events economy. So events, economy, and excellence. This has been a significant contribution of the sports component, sports competitions component of the Khelo India scheme. And apart from that, talent identification and development. Sports-wise talent identification development committees have been constituted, in which all the stakeholders have been members, eminent athletes, eminent coaches, federations, wherein we are identifying athletes, and we are creating a bench strength which can feed into tops. But is that enough? That is a question we all have to look into. Then Khelo India centers and sports academies, wherein we are setting up centers at district level, state level, and also convergence with the private sector, where already some facilities have been created. Fit India movement, which focuses on behavioral change of all the citizens of the country, ranging from Fit India Quiz, Fit India Week, Sunday on Cycle, carnivals, and large-scale collaboration with private sector as well. In the promotion of inclusiveness component, sports among women is one of the flagship initiative for Asmita Leagues, wherein more than 3 lakh athletes have participated. And it is in a way creating a parallel or strengthening the domestic competition structure for female athletes. Maybe in coming years, currently we are all hearing at Asian level in rugby how athletes from Asmita are coming into coming from Asmita, we will be seeing more medals coming out of Asmita in future. Major impact has been in terms of medals. We have 42 medals in Asian Games from the Khelo India athletes. We had 3 medals at Paris Olympics. We had 4 Khelo India athletes at 4th place finishing in Paris. Multiple international competitions and medals, and how they have been a bench strength for tops. And in numbers, again, as I've already said, in Asmita and the number of grassroots center, wherein we have all this prove that collaborations can be possible with state. When convergence is there, results show. And this is just in 8 years of span of Khelo India scheme, what has all been achieved. But to meet the aspirations of the people and aspirations of the sporting ecosystem, wide-ranging consultations have happened, and we have arrived at some challenges which are well known in the ecosystem. And which are also our foundations to design Khelo India mission. One is we do need a lot of integration between school, universities and sports. We need to do more in terms of grassroots talent identification. We need more coaches, sports scientists, support staff. We need much more competitions and leagues. And we need involvement of technology, community involvement. And as Honorable Prime Minister sir has said, how do we strengthen sports federations and the governance? And how do we synergize the infrastructure planning with states and private sector? And sports goods manufacturing, so that access and the availability and the cost of equipment comes down. And athlete welfare in a holistic manner in the whole of athlete life cycle. And challenges of human resources in various sports department. These are the ecosystem challenges for which Khelo India mission has been designed to address. As part of proposed interventions, how do we go about it? Then lots of studies, lots of inputs. That has resulted in our medal strategy, wherein integrated talent development pathway is envisioned. Out of which we will have a 3-layered model: grassroots, intermediate and elite, and foundational in collaboration with the education departments, wherein we expect or we target to have 4 lakh athletes at the grassroots, 50,000 athletes at intermediate, and 5,000 athletes at the elite level. If we juxtapose that with what we have currently, we fall significantly short in terms of 30,000 as against 4 lakh target, 10,000 in centers of excellence as against 50,000 target, and around 250 as against 5,000 target. How do we achieve this? Next. The Khelo India mission aims to support Khelo India Center and sports schools, much more in integration with education ecosystem than the previous scheme, and have similar parameters of induction, support, performance monitoring at the intermediate level, whether it is STC or Khelo India State Center of Excellence or accredited academy or good universities which are churning out athletes, backed by sports science support. Coming to how the policy ecosystem is contributing to this, we have in last one and a half year, we have had multiple initiatives which have been taken. One is National Sports Policy, Khelo Bharat Niti, which talks about a robust talent identification, which talks about organizing competitions and leagues backed by sports science, psychology and technology, and the infrastructure through various modes. Apart from this, we had National Sports Governance Act, we had sports goods manufacturing under Department of Sports, and the wide-ranging consultations and the aspirations which will take us to Khelo India mission. As part of the Khelo India mission, the biggest boost has come from Madam Nirmala Sitharaman's announcement in the budget speech, wherein she has said that to take forward the systemic nurturing of sports talent, which has already happened through the Khelo India program. She has announced the launching of the Khelo India mission over the next decade, which has 5 pillars of integrated talent development pathway, systemic development of coaches and support staff, integration of sports science and technology, competitions and leagues, and development of sports infrastructure for training as well as competition. This becomes very important as we aim to host Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games in future. This is the journey of Khelo India over last decade and how Khelo India is going to be in the next decade. So the Khelo India mission is broadly proposed to be divided into 9 components. One is sports infrastructure for medal strategy, strengthening strategic sports assets, state action plan for sports infrastructure development, sports competitions and leagues, talent identification and development, coach and support staff development, Khelo India training facilities, Fit India movement, and sports technology. Sports infrastructure for medal strategy. So far, as we all know, our infrastructure has been demand driven. Now it would be medal driven. So it will be involving wide range of consultations with national sports federations, and whichever sports medals are possible, which regions that particular sports will take us to medals. That will be of prime importance when designing infrastructure projects in first component. In strengthening strategic sports assets, as you all know, there are few centers across the country, whether it is Sports Authority of India, Army, especially Army Sports Institute and other institutes across the country, wherein they are continuously churning out medals. It's very important at this juncture to keep strengthening those assets. That is why this component has been designed, wherein high performance centers would be set up, wherein they'll be handholded to transform into Olympic training centers with the support of corporates, apart from the support in second component. State action plan for sports infrastructure development. As we all know, states have different aspirations, whether to conduct various competitions, international events, or to ensure right training facilities are there across the state. To ensure there is a ownership of the state and operations and maintenance is ensured and better utilization is ensured, this component has been designed on a centrally sponsored model, wherein the share of the state will also be expected in the infrastructure projects. Sports competitions and leagues. So far, we have been doing the flagship events at the national level and the thematic events, big games, tribal games, water sports festival, and Asmita Women Leagues. But most of the national level games, as you all are aware, are limited to top 8 participants in general. To take it to next level and ensure we have more domestic competition structure, university leagues, school championships or leagues, and regional or sports specific leagues suiting to the nature of the sports are proposed in this system. And this all is not a duplication of the efforts of what the existing competition structure, but to be in alignment with the ACTC calendar, to be in alignment with the NSF's overall plan and with the international competition calendar. As envisioned in the budget speech for integrated talent development pathway, and to ensure structured financial support for larger number of athletes, how do we incentivize the performance and how do we ensure there is a bench strength for the Team India. So far we have 3,000 athletes in Khelo India across 22 sports. Now that is being proposed to be expanded to 9,000 Khelo India athletes on an average of 30 sports, and creating a layer below 9,000 Khelo India athletes, that is emerging Khelo India athletes, wherein we identify much younger group so that maybe when they are ready for 2036 Olympics. So that is being proposed at 18,000 emerging Khelo India athletes. Apart from that, as I've already said, how do we systemize the sports and education collaboration? That way, Khelo India feeder schools and Khelo India with Krishna Vidyalaya have been proposed, wherein support would be given in schools with good sports credentials, sports infrastructure, and potential for good talent in the next layer. Currently, we have a system of talent identification and development committee. As we increase the number, we need more eyes on the ground, more talent scouts, more coaches, more sports scientists to monitor their performance. And that is the reason why talent identification zonal committees have been proposed and talent scouts in each state for each sport have been proposed. This structure is very key to ensure we support and nurture the bench strength we are proposing. Along with it, the system has recognized that we need more coaches and support staff. This has been made as a dedicated component in the Khelo India machine, wherein support will be given for training ranging from community coach, development coach, performance coach, national team coaches, and high performance coaches, so that our quantity of coaches in the country is also fulfilled, and we also enhance the quality of our training and standardization in training. Seventh component is Khelo India training facilities, wherein the athletes identified in as Khelo India athlete and emerging Khelo India athlete and the athletes at the feeder schools will be supported across these facilities, ranging from supports including coaching, diet and lodging, kit, travel, competition exposure, and completely backed by sports science, especially in the intermediate level. Fit India movement, currently it is a pan India initiative. Special emphasis in the Khelo India mission will be given for the efforts of the state, wherein they want a Fit India initiative which is to meet the needs of the state, whether it is addressing diabetes or drug trafficking, various social challenges faced by the states linked with Fit India movement and contributing to overall behavioral change and fitness of the country. Ninth component is one of the most important component, sports technology. As we scale up, technology is a major tool for us to ensure we achieve all these targets and monitor the performance of athletes and convert talent into medals. That's where technology will be a key component. So this is the overall structure of the Khelo India mission, and it is also backed by administrative support, including manpower to states at the center and the regional centers of Sports Authority of India. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much. So we can start the discussion within the panel. I would also like to suggest that while I might be asking a specific question, since there are various components and I'm sure there are very valuable sessions overall also. So the panelists can feel free to talk about any other aspect related to the components and his suggestions regarding that. Thank you. So first I would like to start with Shri Adil Sumariwalaji. You have a very wide experience, which I don't think any other person actually has. You have been an Olympian, you have been in the National Sports Federation, you have been in the International Sports Federation, and you have experience of conducting one of the biggest talent hunt program in terms of NITJAM, trying to identify from district level, bringing them at the national level and conducting a very huge competition. So based on all your experience and the presentation that was made, would you like to give your suggestions on especially the talent, how we can develop right from the grassroots level, which the Honorable Prime Minister has also mentioned in his speech? How do we identify the talent from the remote areas, and then how do we structurally finance them and provide that pathway so that they go all the way till the Olympics, please?
Thank you, Secretary Sir. Vinil Sir, thank you very much. I think it's a very simple process. I don't think it's as difficult as it is made out to be. There are 700 odd districts. The way we are structured in athletics is that we have got all the districts. I mean, not all, because some we can't reach, some are Ulfa, some are near the border, but we have over 650 districts who are affiliated both to the state and directly with us. What we did is, a couple of years ago, when we saw that states may or may not be performing, we need to get straight to the district level. we passed a constitutional change in our constitution to say that every district must conduct certain basic events. There is activities that they are supposed to do as per the constitution. We said, one, they must organize a district level competition. District level competition does not mean that the district secretary gets 2 schools and does a district level competition. That's what we found in the beginning. So we pushed it to say there should be at least 10 different teams from schools, colleges, clubs, etc. Then we said they must, to give them a governance structure, they must follow a constitution that is given by the Athletic Federation. They must have a bank account, because we are transferring money to them. Before, the secretary or the president used to say, "Hamare account mein paise transfer kar do," the money which we are giving athletes. Then we said that they must have a PAN number. So we put out these things. Then they came to us to say that we have a big problem. There is no ground. We said nothing doing. Go to every district has a Maidan. You will go to the Maidan and you will put chalk, chuna like when we were running, and you will organize a meet. You may not be able to do hammer throw. You may not be able to do pole vault. You may not be able to do steeplechase. But basic events, 100, 200, 400, up to 5,000, 10,000, walk you can do, long jump, triple jump you can do. You may not be able to do high jump. In some places you may not be able to do events like that, but basic events you must do. Then what we did is we only those who conducted their district events, we allowed them to come to the All India Inter-District, which is NITJAM. Then they said they had no money, so we said we will pay for everything. The Athletic Federation will find money to pay for your train fare, for your food, for your accommodation, for your travel, for your everything. So then we started bringing athletes only under 14, under 16. If you really look at that number in athletics itself, it is close to 10 lakh athletes from 650 districts. So the number which you have put of 4 lakhs is a very small number. Only under 14 and under 16, we have close to 10 lakh athletes. Then they come about 6,500 to 7,000 athletes come to the All India Inter-District. We've restricted numbers. Each district can send up to 13 athletes, half boys, half girls. And events are conducted only under 14, under 16, out of which we select 2,000 athletes. Then in Sai camps and other camps, we put them to 200 athletes in different camps. We give them a 15 days a training come talent identification. Out of that, you select 200. So if you look at Duti Chand, if you look at Neeraj, you look at Hima Das, all of them are part of this program. They were all identified in this program. So this is the basic structure. Now you have the athletes, you have the districts, but you don't have coaches. So we had something like less than 100 level 1 coaches about 3 years ago. And you can only do, as per World Athletics level 1 coaching, you can only do batches of 24. What we did is, I then, being on World Athletics, I brought foreign trainers to India. And in 2 years, we've created 3,000 level 1 coaches. We had about 10 level 2 coaches. We have 300 level 2 coaches. And our aim is by 36 to create 40,000 level 1 coaches. We already have pre-level 1 more than 5,000. See, you need to create the ecosystem. So if meets have to happen, you have to create technical officials who will conduct those meets in the districts. So we then started doing training for technical. So then we made it district level, state level, and national level. Everybody doesn't need to be a national level technical official. So this is how we created the whole ecosystem. And I think it's absolutely replicable. Every sport in some way, I mean, it's replicable. Every sport is different. For example, badminton may be different because they need a court, they need indoor, they need etc. Swimming may be different because they need a pool. But I'm saying this is a replicable model. It is not any nuclear science, is just practical, and the federation has to be strong to push it. We disaffiliated certain federations, and the officers of certain federations who would not conduct their district championships, we warned them. So it's both a carrot and stick approach, and the federation pays for these 6,500 to 7,000. We go beg, borrow, steal money. Somebody, REC was giving us train fare. Gujarat government last time did the inter-district championships. Other people have done it before that. So it's a replicable model, and I think it's replicable. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Just one additional question in terms of Honorable Prime Minister has specifically mentioned the need for professionalizing the national sports federations.
Correct.
You have been in the federation for a long time.
Yeah.
So what are your views and how we can do that, and also support from the government, and how that will help the Khelo India mission to be successful?
I think the first step, we have already taken the act, which we have this thing in Parliament. I think it's a very good step. Good governance is a good thing. I think if you remember while Gopi has done a lot of work on the coaches and their certification, etc. The panel headed by Abhinav, I think, which has given us a lot of gap study and what we can do to upgrade both at the. So again, nothing is in isolation. We need to work on all the gaps, whether it's at SAI, whether it's at the federation level, whether it's at the state level, so whether it's at the district level, and that gap study we have given you, sir. So we need to start implementing those things. Once we do, I think both those gap reports are fantastic. I've gone through, I mean, the one I was on, the other one, Gopi's, I've gone through in great detail. Again, the coaches, I'm coming back to, every international federation has a program for their coaches' development. And we have to then tie up with them. Before, in athletics, you could only send 2 people every year, one male, one female, to the regional center. So I said, no. After I became president, I said, no, you send the trainers here. We will pay for the trainers. SAI is giving us the place to train them. So you have to work with SAI, you have to work with the federation, you have to work with the international federation and do it. So if you look at that gap study and implement that gap study of the Abhinav Bindra report, I think we will be able to strengthen. For example, now, Khelo India games. I have certain views which I've already expressed to the Honorable Secretary earlier. The thing is, in my view, it's a good thing that we are doing it, but it's not really giving us the talent that we are looking at. Who comes and participates in the Khelo India scheme? People who have won my nationals are being brought to run in the Khelo India. Now, how is that a talent identification program? Please explain. What I would suggest is each Khelo India scheme gets merged with the federation and there is no games. Again, because of, certain games are in certain months. Certain games are in different months. We cannot have a games and then force athletes who are in off season to run a Khelo India game, then they will run because they want money. They want to get shortlisted. The Khelo India, there should be no games. They should combine with the federation. Let's say there is NITJAM. There is nothing bigger than NITJAM. Why doesn't Government of India become part of NITJAM and say that we with the federation will do NITJAM? Now we are giving, I mean, we've collected some money. So now federation is giving 100 districts who are very, very poor in far-flung places, we are giving them 50,000 rupees to conduct their district championships so that that talent search will happen. This is where we need to go. Nobody wants to, except the government and public sector, nobody wants to touch grassroots level. All the big boys want to look at all the Neerajes of the world. So they want to support. See, government is already supporting our tops. If you're actually telling me, I mean, I don't even I have my reservations on when you said there are so many athletes of Khelo India went to the Olympics. I think it's the tops. It's not Khelo India. It's the top support. It is the MOC support, because these athletes were never identified by Khelo India. They were identified by the federation. They ran the Khelo India. Khelo India gave them money. Tops gave them money. So I think if we get our basic wrong, if we get the root wrong, if we understand what is the actual cause which is wrong, I think that we will fail. Khelo India was a fantastic idea, and it happened actually with Mr. Injeti Srinivas and myself when the School Games Federation crashed and they were suspended. And we said it cannot be that schools games cannot happen. So we have to do something to make the school games happen, because that is the base. And so then that germinated the idea of Khelo India School Games, and that is how Khelo India School Games started. And then everything, it was a great idea. It was a great idea, but I think the implementation went haywire. Is now become more of a, 6,500 plus athletes. 1 week we feed 10,000 people because they come with their parents. Staying, accommodation, it cost me 15 crores of rupees. Now, Khelo India itself costs, I think, close to 100 crores, and there are 4,500 athletes in 20 events. So I'm saying, can we spend that money better? Can you strengthen the federation? How do you strengthen the... See, I'll tell you, I've done enough research on this. Every single country which is doing very well at the Olympic level, world level, their federations are absolutely solid, strong. We have to strengthen the federation. And the act is good because we have to get rid of all this infighting nonsense, throw them out. All those people who are creating all this trouble. Have a good, strong federation. Government should stand by the federation and support it. And I'm telling you, things will change.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if I'm being a little out of line, but as you know, I like to speak honestly and truly, and people don't like what I say a lot of times, but it finally works. For example, you are saying you got medals because of Khelo India. You got 7 medals in 2020. You had 6 medals already in 2012. The issue was you got those medals because of 2010. See, if you analyze wrong and if you believe something which is not correct, because of 2020, we put in a lot of effort. 2010, we put in a lot of effort for Commonwealth Games. We got 100 medals. We gave all the support. The spillover happened, but then everything stopped. Everything stopped after that. This was only, had we continued in London, we would have had 10 medals. And in Rio, we would have had 15 medals. But everything came to a standstill, so you came down to Rio. Then we really pushed hard for 2020, and then we got 7 medals. So I think if our basic thought process is a little on shaky ground, then if you want to catapult to the next stage, we have a serious problem, because you will not then. So let's be honest with ourselves and honestly introspect what actually changed what. Khelo India is a fantastic scheme. Again, my one other issue, last time Khelo India in 25-26 was 1,000 crores. Then it was revised to 700 crores. So I hope again it doesn't get revised less. Just now again we've got a great sum of 924 crores. I hope it doesn't again get re-revised. It's the base. Khelo India is the base, and that base has to be strong. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks. We value your observations. And in fact, regarding the budget that you're saying, we are looking forward to a very substantial increase in the Khelo India mission. So government is very focused on how in the next decade we need to transform the sports sector. That's why we have been having conversations with each one of you separately as well over the last so many months. So all those observations are being incorporated in the new mission. Thanks once again.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to now request Shri Gopichand. He has headed the committee on how we need to do the coaches development program and given very valuable session. And he has always been advocating about the integration with education and how the physical literacy is something that he keeps emphasizing. So I'd now like to request Shri Gopichand to kindly give his valuable sessions.
Just wanted to check, can you all hear me?
We can. We are not able to see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay, one second.
You'll have to turn on your camera.
You got two cameras on. I can see him.
You
He's
can
got
see
two
one,
cameras
yes.
on.
I'm trying to just ensure that I've been seen. Can you see me now, by any chance?
Yeah, we can see you. Please kindly go ahead.
Yeah. So I think it's a fantastic thing. Thank you for inviting me. My just 2 points on this entire ecosystem, sir. Since this mission has gone beyond just medals, also in some sense, based on what the Prime Minister's Honorable Prime Minister sir has said. Because we are talking tourism, we are talking health.
We are not able to hear you.
On the physical literacy side is something which I would also want to make a mention of, because the Prime Minister also spoke about care initiative. I think that's also, as an aging population, what would happen to our country. I think if you look at the trends, and this becomes very, very critical for us to address this issue, because it's not only about the medals, but generic population. When you look at insulin sensitivity, that single marker over the last 20 years, it's scary the kind of growth it has had. That's something which I think we need to address in. The second point is obesity. Childhood obesity is something which is crazily gone up. The third point also to mention is that whether it's heart diseases or muscle loss for Indians, I think these are 3-4 points where the statistics are scary. To the point that 6 to 8 out of 10 kids have flat feet, and we're looking at major numbers, not almost like 90% of Indians lacking muscle as per global standards. So I think these are issues which are fundamentally much important for a Viksit Bharat going into 2047. So I think this point of physical literacy is very critical. At a young age, all kids should participate in sport and grow as strong as they can physically to the best limit which they can, and build as much muscle as possible till an age of 30, because after that, scientifically, there's a decline in the level of your strength. So this is one. So if this single parameter were to be taken care of, I think the youth of the country, if we were to look at from the perspective of health, has major things to gain. So I would really urge to look at this so that sport and Khelo India doesn't become just for the elite, better uh, physically endowed kids, but for all populations. So that's the grassroots thing. So what is the motivation which will ensure that our kids, wherever they are in the country, are participating in some kind of physical activity is something which we need to really focus on, because a sporting infrastructure, we could build whatever for top athletes, which has grown improved phenomenally well in the last few years. But I think at the grassroots level, and kids who are going to the IIT and NEET coaching centers, they're actually suffering because there's absolutely no sport. So fundamental changes in the way we look at education is something which I would want to really look at. And see how we can have role models who can actually bring every kid into sport at some level, at the grassroots level, so that at least till an age of 13 or 14, people are going there to participate in professional sport and trying to become athletes. That way, the entire country's population becomes our target audience rather than the select few who come to the Khelo India centers or the emerging Khelo India centers or the grassroots centers. Even that, even if it's 10 lakh population, like Adil sir was saying, it's still, for the countries of size of ours, it's actually still a smaller number. So I think just to widen that, we need a much larger push at the grassroots and education level. That's one aspect which I would really want, because that actually propels an entire ecosystem of health, coaches, food, um, lifestyle, um, drugs, all of these issues which are actually our hindrances for our Viksit Bharat 2047 or a young India, fit India kind of a thing. So this is something which would be important. The second thing I would also suggest is, when we actually have such levels of people at, say, 13 or 14, you have these young athletes who are participating in sport. Everyone's talking about talent identification, but also maybe at some stage in careers, we need to look at potential identification. That's a word which I would also want you to please consider. Because sometimes what happens is, you have the interest, you have the energies, but people don't have the potential to be world-class athletes. And as a system for us, how do we ensure that those people who are dead wood in the system, or who are heavy for the system to carry on without the potential, how can they be moved away from professional sport and moved on to career opportunities which can transform them into other careers, whether it's in the sporting ecosystem or outside? How that transition can happen smoothly is something which would be very, very important. And we should be very focused that we are not taking people on the basis of itne saal khela hai aur thoda khelega, but really, if you're world class, you should get all the support. If you're not world class, you'll get the support, but to transition to another career, I think that deadwood has to be chopped off pretty ruthlessly at every level. And that's an important aspect which I would also want to bring in. The third aspect is accountability at various levels, is something which we need to kind of fix, because in the larger ecosystem of things, where people keep on moving and transitioning, I think we haven't done a good accountability check. And I've been part of, say, 5 to 6 Olympic cycles, and I've not seen really a focused accountability and responsibility of who is responsible for the athlete's performance, whether it's the in the entire ecosystem. I think that has to be fixed up at every level, and I think that will be an important aspect which I need us to focus on. The aspect which is very important is that the scheme is huge. The number of people whom we need to implement the scheme with focused and knowledge is tremendous. The kind of, I can't really say it enough, but the kind of motivation they need to push this thing is huge. So I think we need to invest very heavily on the training programs, but also more importantly on the sense of responsibility uh, and ownership of individual people in the group. This whole initiative forward. These were my comments. Any further questions, Vinil sir? Please ask.
Since you have headed the committee also on coaches development, and that has been really a very in-depth, insightful committee report. And in the current mission, which was not there earlier, this is a separate entire vertical is being included for coaches development, which is also mentioned in the finance minister's speech, budget speech. So would you like to, for the benefit of everybody participating today, we can just highlight what exactly the committee is recommending and how we will go about executing these recommendations.
So what I think fundamentally we as a nation have actually not identified what level of coaches depending on who they're training. So I think it's almost like saying you're a maths teacher, but you're not. You're whether you're teaching a first class kid or a high school kid or a PhD student is not mentioned. So in some sense, we are trying to say you're coaches, but here there is a fundamental identification of whether you're a grassroots coach, whether you're a intermediate coach or a high performance coach, and each of these coaches is vertically a separate vertical, and each of them are very very important in the ecosystem. As of now, what is happening is that the coach who is the national team coach is almost sitting on top, whereas the grassroots coach is the least coach. We wanted to actually, the committee had deliberated and we wanted to make a system where grassroots coaches who are a very important part of the ecosystem are feeling that they are very important. So you have identified and made a star rating system so that everybody who comes in the ecosystem, whether it's an Olympic medalist or what, he actually starts in at 0 level and you have a star system to take him to the next level. That is one. And today, what is happening in many sports is that the grassroots coach doesn't want to hand over the athlete to the intermediate coach or the high performance or the national team. What is stopping him is the transition is negative for him because his identification or his identity is linked to the player's performance. So we've moved that model to you pass on and you benefit from it. So that's the fundamental change. And we have wanted to recognize coaches at every level in the ecosystem. The second thing I think where Madam Himabindu Garu was talking about, we're talking about real life experiences. I think that is something which was spoken about. And that is something which I think is important because in the training program, we've suggested plus or minus 200-300 hours, but almost 1400 hours of the 1800 hours in a year as internships and learned based on shadow learning, which are very important components of it. And the entire coaches program, because even in athletics or in badminton or in TT or any of the sports, each of them has a different pathway. So the idea is to have a person from the academics, a person from the sporting field, the federation, uh, to be part of the individual sporting um, curriculum development program. So they independently do it because what is relevant for badminton may not be relevant for, say, a swimming or a sailing. So we're trying to have individual curriculums and pathways for each of them with individual federations and experts in the field sitting together with academicians to ensure that this is actually done. So we're looking at coaches, we are looking at star ratings, and the star ratings are based on transferring to the next level. If you're intermediate, transferring to high performance, then it is based on research, ensuring that you also spend time in research. It's ensuring that you have learning protocols. If you attend certain courses, you will have. And the fourth thing is mentorship of coaches, because these words, whether it's coach developer, coach mentor, coach evaluators, these don't exist at the moment. And we are actually quite a deficit in starting off this. So all of these have been mentioned in detail by our committee.
Thank you. Just to add to that, that the proposal includes the National Coach Accreditation Board, which will actually kind of execute the whole set of recommendations that are being given by the committee. And we are planning to set it up under SAI itself and including all the eminent persons and also the national sports federations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now I'd like to request Shri Kalyan Chaubeji, President of AAFF. Chaubeji, you yourself has been a player. You know, understand the importance of competitions and leagues, and of course the football is. I hope he's there. No?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, here. Yeah. So you understand the importance of competitions and leagues, and especially for sport like football. And you have seen in the slides as well that there is a greater emphasis on the competitions within the proposed scheme. While even in the current format, there are sufficient number of games and leagues, especially for the women, in the form of Asmita leagues have been promoted. So would like to know your overall thoughts on the mission and more specifically about the competitions and leagues. And also since you represent the federation, as mentioned by Honorable Prime Minister, on how we need to further professionalize the national sports federations. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinilji. Thank you, Hariranjan Rao sir, for giving me this opportunity to share my views and thoughts. सर, खेलो इंडिया बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है जिसमें अश्मिता से फुटबॉल को बहुत लाभ हुआ है। लास्ट 23 इयर्स में फर्स्ट टाइम इंडियन वीमेन फुटबॉल टीम वर्ल्ड कप के राउंड के लिए क्वालिफाई किया था, एशिया के फाइनल राउंड में। इसकी बैकग्राउंड क्या है? पिछले 3 साल से अश्मिता लीग चल रहा है। इससे पहले तक इंडियन वीमेन नेशनल टीम करीब 20 या 25 खिलाड़ी में ही सीमित होता था। और हम एक क्लब फुटबॉल करते हैं, IWL इंडियन वीमेन लीग, तो कोई भी क्लब में 6-7 नेशनल प्लेयर हो जाए तो ही क्लब नेशनल चैंपियन होता था। तो हमारे पूल ऑफ प्लेयर्स बहुत लिमिटेड हुआ करते हैं। इन पिछले 3 वर्षों में हमने जब अश्मिता को कराया 90 सिटीज में 38,000 न्यू वीमेन प्लेयर का रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ। जब हमारे नीचे के पूल बना तो फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन वीमेन फुटबॉल हिस्ट्री और फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन 23 इयर्स, इंडियन वीमेन सीनियर नेशनल टीम, इंडियन वीमेन अंडर 20 टीम, इंडियन वीमेन अंडर 17 टीम, all 3 categories qualified for the Asia final round, 2 match away to World Cup, which is definitely which could be a change for Indian football, Indian women football. लेकिन फिर कहाँ गैप होता है? जब हम फाइनल राउंड में जाना ही अचीवमेंट समझते हैं, फिर इंडियन फुटबॉल टीम को वहाँ मौका मिलता वर्ल्ड के टॉप टीम्स के साथ खेलने के लिए। और परसों हमने जापान के खिलाफ खेला। जापान वर्ल्ड के 8th रैंक है, 2 टाइम वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है। और इंडिया फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन 23 इयर्स उस मुकाम पर पहुंचा, 62nd इन रैंकिंग। जो गैप समझ में आता है, हमने 11-0 से हारा। तो इसके मतलब हमारे एक लॉन्ग वे टू गो है हमें, जहां एक टैलेंट आइडेंटिफाई करना और फिर टैलेंट को आइडेंटिफाई करने के बाद जो डेवलप करना है टैलेंट को, उस टैलेंट को ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड में टैलेंट को डेवलप करना। और यहीं पे खेलो इंडिया का कंट्रीब्यूशन आता है NSF के साथ। तो सर मैं आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि पहली बार 4,500 करोड़ के आसपास स्पोर्ट्स बजट में सैंक्शन हुआ है, जो कि हाईएस्ट एवर एलोकेशन। और यहाँ आपने इसके पहले भी आदिल जी और गोपीचंद जी ने कहा टैलेंट और कोचिंग के बारे में। मेरा एक आपसे सुझाव है और आपसे सहयोग का भी अपेक्षा है कि टैलेंट डेवलपमेंट हम जब बात करते हैं, आप खेलो इंडिया गेम्स को NSF के साथ करें, नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन के साथ करें। क्या होता कि एक साल में हम कई टूर्नामेंट कराते जो टूर्नामेंट डुप्लीकेट हो जाता है। और इस तरह के गेम्स बारिंग NSF, सरकार की कोई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अपने तरफ से करते हैं अलग अलग प्रदेशों में, सेंट्रल का भी अपना स्कीम होती है और वहाँ पे मेन फोकस नंबर्स तक सीमित हो जाता है। 4,500 एथलीट पार्टिसिपेट किया, 40,000 एथलीट पार्टिसिपेट किया, फिर वहाँ पे उसकी मॉनिटरिंग या टैलेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन कौन कर रहा, उसकी थोड़ा सा गैप रह जाता है। वरस हर NSF में एक एनुअली उनके मैंडेटरी ऑब्लिगेशन है, आपको साल में एक नेशनल चैंपियनशिप कराना है, सब जूनियर, जूनियर एंड सीनियर, मेन एंड वीमेन, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, ये 6 जो आपके खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स, खेलो इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ जाता है। यदि हम इस सब जूनियर, जूनियर और सीनियर NSF का जहां जहां होता है मार्च करें, आपने टॉप 8 स्टेट टीम को लेते हैं, लेकिन हमें 36 स्टेट और यूटीज को ही लेना पड़ता है। तो यदि हम 5 जोन में इसको बांटे और जोन वाइज इस खेलो इंडिया गेम्स को एनएसएफ के साथ करें, तो एनएसएफ का नेशनल चैंपियनशिप कराना भी हो जाता है, जो कि उनकी मैंडेटरी ऑब्लिगेशन है। और जहां स्पॉन्सरशिप पाने के लिए भी एक कठिनाइयां होती है, क्योंकि कोई भी कॉर्पोरेट अंडर 13 अंडर 15 को सपोर्ट करने के लिए नहीं आता है। वो 100 करोड़ दे देंगे सीनियर क्रिकेट टीम को, लेकिन अंडर 13 कबड्डी टीम को लाख रुपया देने के पहले भी 5 बार बोलते हैं कि बजट नहीं है, ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है। ये मैटर करता है। लेकिन जब तक आप ग्रास रूट में, बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड में इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं करेंगे, जहां लगभग 0 माइलेज है, 0 पब्लिसिटी है, तब तक आपको सीनियर लेवल में वो परफॉर्मेंस नहीं दिखेगा। और यहीं पे नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन के साथ खेलो इंडिया या सरकार की यदि मार्ज होती है, तो मैं समझता हूँ 6 चैंपियनशिप जो डुप्लीकेट भी नहीं होगा, एक बार होता है और फिर उसकी मॉनिटरिंग भी होती है। दूसरा क्या सर, आपके नेशनल गेम्स है, खेलो इंडिया गेम्स है, वहाँ किस कैटेगरी के प्लेयर्स आते हैं? यदि हम उसको एक मैंडेटरी करें कि नेशनल प्लेयर्स को खेलना पड़ेगा, नेशनल प्लेयर्स जो एशियन गेम्स जाते हैं, ओलंपिक जाने के लिए, उनके जाने से पहले खेलो इंडिया गेम्स उनके ट्रायल होनी चाहिए। सीजन की कैलेंडर इस तरफ से होना चाहिए कि टैलेंट का जो पायदान, फर्स्ट प्लेटफॉर्म खेलो इंडिया गेम्स होनी चाहिए, जहां से एशियन गेम्स होगा। ऐसा नहीं कि एशियन गेम्स और ओलंपिक के एथलीट कहीं दूसरे जगह में ट्रेन करे और खेलो इंडिया सी कैटेगरी प्लेयर खेले और जहां सिर्फ नंबर्स दिखे। तो वह भी मैं समझता हूँ कि एनएसएफ और खेल सरकार मिल करके इसको कर सके। और जब ये टॉप क्लास ओलंपियन और एथलीट, एशियन गेम्स एथलीट पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे, फिर वो गेम्स की मान्यता भी बढ़ जाएगी, टेलीविजन टीआरपी भी बढ़ेगा। तो मैं ऐसा, मेरा ऐसा सुझाव है। दूसरा सर, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2 विषय कहा जो कि जो नए युवा है उनके नया माइंडसेट को समझना है। उन्होंने ये कहा, दूसरा, खेल राष्ट्रीय विकास के महत्वपूर्ण माध्यम है और योगा और आयुर्वेद को लोकप्रिय बन रहा है। सर, ये जो नौजुवा की बात है सर, यदि ये इनको हम फिट इंडिया जो आप हेल्थ के लिए कह रहे हैं, हम फुटबॉल में ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल फेडरेशन के पास आज करीब 17,500 कोचेस है और ये कोचेस हर आईएफ इंटरनेशनल फेडरेशन का एक पैरामीटर होता है। फुटबॉल के दृष्टिकोण से प्रो ABCD है, 5 कैटेगरी है और ये 5 कैटेगरी के 4 दिन मिनिमम टू मैक्सिमम 60 दिन की कोचेस के ट्रेनिंग होता है। अब ये कोचेस एक बार कोच बन जाए, मैं चाहता हूं कि ये कोचेस आपके माध्यम से उनके नियरेस्ट स्कूल के साथ वो एसोसिएट हो जाए, जहां उनके 30-40 मिनट्स पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट से पहुंच सकते हैं। जिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट के जो कोच है, यदि उसी स्कूल से वो जुड़ जाता है और देश के सारे कोचिंग सिस्टम एक यूनिफॉर्म तरीके से हो सकता है और हर बच्चे जिसकी टैलेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन के पास जो ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, एक यूनिफॉर्म तरीके से दिया जा सकता है। आपने खेलो इंडिया में टैलेंट डेवलपमेंट, कोचेस एंड सपोर्ट, ऑफिशिएटिंग मैचेस, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड टेक्नोलॉजी रखा। सो टेक्नोलॉजी में यदि हमें ये आपकी सपोर्ट मिलता है कि जो टैलेंट आइडेंटिफाई हो रहा है स्कूल में और ये जो कोचेस कोचिंग दे रहा है, उनको रेगुलर मॉनिटरिंग किस टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से कर सकते। और खेल फुटबॉल आज की तारीख में सिर्फ पैशन नहीं है, स्पोर्ट्स एंड साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी काफी आया, उसकी लाभ हमें मैक्सिमम आपके दूसरे विभाग से कहाँ मिल सकता है। सो अक्टूबर 2022 में फीफा, AIFF ने और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन के साथ एक MOU साइन किया था और जो 10 लाख फुटबॉल बांटा गया था 1.5 लाख स्कूलों में, 1,53,000 स्कूलों में 2.61 करोड़ बच्चे को उसमें शामिल किया गया। इस इनिशिएटिव AIFF ने किया फीफा के साथ। यदि ये इनिशिएटिव अभी भी उसकी एक फॉलो अप रहे, ये 1.5 लाख स्कूल, किन 1.5 लाख स्कूलों में फुटबॉल बांटा गया है, कौन 2-2.5 करोड़ बच्चे को ये फुटबॉल मिला है, क्या हमारे ये 17,000 कोचेस उसके आसपास रहते हैं, तो आपके जो आपने बताया है आपके टारगेट एथलीट क्या है और करंट आपके पास क्या अवेलेबल है, तो ये नंबर भी उनके साथ जुड़ सकता है और फुटबॉल फेडरेशन आपके साथ इस तरीके से काम कर सकती है। जो ऑलरेडी हमने 1.5 लाख स्कूल को आइडेंटिफाई किया है, नवोदय विद्यालय और केंद्रीय विद्यालय के माध्यम से इन 1.5 लाख स्कूलों में फुटबॉल बांटा गया है। ये इनकी माइंडसेट के लिए आज की तारीख में हमें अभी फीफा भी कर रहे हैं, हम भी इसको प्रयोग कर रहे हैं कि मेंटल हेल्थ, जिस तरह से मेंटल हेल्थ को हम एक प्लेयर को परफॉर्म करने के लिए मेडिटेशन इत्यादि के हम उनको अभ्यास देते हैं, यदि आपके तरफ से एक यूनिफॉर्म तरीके से हो तो ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल फेडरेशन अपने हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट एसोसिएशन के माध्यम से इसको नीचे तक लाना चाहता है कि हर बच्चे को जो ट्रेनिंग कैरिकुलम है, उनको दिन में 2 घंटा ट्रेनिंग है फुटबॉल ऑन फील्ड, उसके साथ उनको आधा घंटा मेंटल हेल्थ प्रैक्टिस भी करनी है ताकि स्ट्रेस को संभाल पाए। और ये फिर आपके साथ इस पे काम करना चाहती है। आपने जो प्रोफेशनल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में प्रोफेशनलिज्म लाने की बात कही है, हमने ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल फेडरेशन साल में 1700 फुटबॉल मैचेस होस्ट करती है। लास्ट ईयर 1694 मैचेस किया, 21 चैंपियनशिप में, और हमारा पास 126 प्रोफेशनल्स है 3 शहरों में, दिल्ली, गोवा और कोलकाता। जो इंटरनेशनल गेम्स होस्ट होता है उसमें सैकड़ों वॉलंटियर्स भी शामिल होते हैं जो सिर्फ उस इवेंट स्पेसिफिक होते हैं। आपने जब स्किल डेवलपमेंट की बात की है और स्कूल में स्किल डेवलपमेंट की बात की है, सर यदि हम मान लीजिए हमारे ISL 12 शहरों में होता है और IFL 10 और शहरों में होता है, दूसरे NSF के भी अपने खेल होता होगा अपने अपने शहरों में। फुटबॉल की एग्जिस्टेंस आज की तारीख में करीब 15 से 20 शहरों में है जहाँ प्रोफेशनल फुटबॉल होती है, जो क्लब चैंपियनशिप। सर आपके माध्यम से वहाँ के स्कूल और कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट को हम वॉलंटियर्स बना सकते हैं और बाद में आपके खेलो इंडिया हो या अन्य कोई भी इवेंट हो, उस इवेंट में ये युवा जाकर के वॉलंटियर्स के रूप से कम 750 से 1000 यूथ वॉलंटियर्स के रूप में वो प्रोग्राम स्पेसिफिक में जुड़े, उनको एक सर्टिफिकेट मिले, उनको उस इवेंट के लिए एक रेमुनरेशन मिले और हमारा एक मैन पावर भी बढ़े। इस तरह से ओलंपिक एशियन गेम्स में भी देखा जाता है, वर्ल्ड कप में भी देखा जाता है कि इवेंट स्पेसिफिक हो। आज हम चाहे भी, सपोज सरकार हमें एक फंड करे, फाइनेंशियल हमारे लिए तकलीफ ना हो और AIFF चाहे एक इंटरनेशनल इवेंट को होस्ट करने के लिए, लेकिन आज की तारीख में हमारे पास एडुक्वेट स्किल ह्यूमन रिसोर्स नहीं है जो कि हम इंटरनेशनल गेम्स को होस्ट कर लें। हमने अपने अनुभव से देखा एक ही सेट ऑफ यूथ जो कि फिल्म फेयर के अवार्ड्स भी फंक्शन करते हैं और क्रिकेट के IPL भी करते हैं, कबड्डी के भी इवेंट करते हैं, आपके खेलो इंडिया भी करते हैं और हमारे फुटबॉल भी करते हैं। वही ले देके 700 से 800 यूथ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है। हमारे जैसा देश है, मैं समझता हूँ कि संख्या बढ़ सकता है, 10-15 हजार यूथ वॉलंटियर्स हम कर सकते हैं। और लास्टली सर मैं ये चाहूंगा कि ये देखा जाए कि नेशनल चैंपियनशिप आज की तारीख में संतोष ट्रॉफी फुटबॉल के लिए नेशनल चैंपियनशिप और आपके खेलो इंडिया और फिर उसी साल मान लीजिए नेशनल गेम्स भी हो जाता है। ये 3 टूर्नामेंट होता है तो वो डुप्लीकेट होती है, उसमें पैसा खर्च होता है, हमारे समय जाता है, लेकिन हो सकता है कि उसकी और बेहतर लाभ हम उठा सकते हैं यदि कैलेंडर बनाते समय NSF और मिनिस्ट्री साथ मिल करके करें और खेलो इंडिया का जो फंड आपने अभी बताया थोड़ी देर पहले जो रखा गया है, यदि वास्तव में हम इतने 33 स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन के साथ इकट्ठे मिलके करें तो मैं समझता 1000 करोड़ बहुत बड़ा अमाउंट है एक नेशनल चैंपियनशिप के 6 कैटेगरी चैंपियनशिप कराने के लिए। बहुत अच्छी तरह से हम कर सकते हैं। NSF को टेक्निकल पार्टनर बनाया जाए, कोचेस और टैलेंट स्काउट को जिम्मेदारी दी जाए, उसकी मॉनिटरिंग की जाए और उसको आपके जो सूचना विभाग जो है उसके माध्यम से हमें टेक्नोलॉजिकल सपोर्ट दिया जाए, भले AI हो, चिप्स हो, दूसरे तरीके से हो, टेक्नोलॉजिकल सपोर्ट आज की तारीख में बहुत आवश्यक है। थैंक यू सर, आपने मुझे अवसर दिया, मैं आपका आभार।
Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Manu Bakar to please join. You have been the latest champion from Paris Olympics, having won 2 medals and making all of us very proud. So kindly please, you have seen the presentation, you have seen the discussion by the senior experienced persons. As a active athlete, you can give your suggestions on how the top scheme and the Khelo India mission can further help the athletes in having the podium success.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to not just attend the session, but also present my thoughts. So I listened to majority of the discussions that happened, and I really appreciate the thoughts of especially Abdul sir, which were extremely on the point, and also Gopichan sir, again addressing the coaches and management issues. So I would like to give some first-hand experience, I would say notes, and I will start with, there is no pre-Khelo India that is already existing in the system. And this point has already been discussed. So I'll just keep it very short. We all have seen, I have seen it firsthand that rather than identifying the talent, the people or the athletes who are already in the system are eventually going to Khelo India and then performing and then winning medals and then becoming the athletes or the Khelo India athletes. So there is no router such as where initially the children are taken up and then they are molded into athletes. So all the local agencies or academies that initially take up children and make them into athletes should also be given some sort of support. It can be in a collaboration or in any way, so that the financial burden also is decreased in those local bodies. Next is there is some utilization and infrastructure gap. So we have many very good training facilities available in India. However, some of those are given to private bodies to run. And that makes it very difficult for people with challenged backgrounds or with limited money to really be trained in those facilities and all. Then there is so my most important point for today is that all the matches and camps that we have are being organized in major cities, and there has been no development seen in the rural areas. This also affects that the athletes, all the good athletes or all the good people are moving to the urban cities, which is ultimately making the rural areas even weaker. And there was also this initiative or this strategy that was mooted by Abdul Kalamji back in 2003, which was PURA, which was providing urban amenities to rural areas. However, we have not seen much progress on that front as well. So I would really like to suggest that we need to involve rural areas as well. Maybe build good facilities. We can adopt the cluster models and all. We already have in some areas we have cluster model, but it is not something that many people are, because we will have camps in Delhi. Everyone is coming to Delhi. We live in Delhi because we have good training facilities here. But what about the village that I belong to? I never go back there because there is nothing that I can really look forward to there. There is no good training facility. There is let alone good sports and science facilities and everything. So that is also one of the major points. And one thing would be slightly controversial is that somebody who doesn't understand sports shouldn't be working directly with the athletes. It also impacts sports participation or it demoralizes athletes. We have seen in the past that a couple of things that happened with the within the boxing federation or the wrestling federation and all. And what Adil sir also said that federations have to be extremely strong is, I think, one of another very big points. And lastly is that what Gopichan sir said, that educating about healthy diet, workouts, fitness, lifestyle, and sports from a very young age. It has to be an inseparable part of our educational curriculum, or it should be taught in schools. It should be taught to all children despite whatever their background is, whatever they want to do in life, because it will ultimately also impact the quality of people in our country. Yeah, I think that is most of it.
Thank you. Thanks for your valuable sessions. Now I would like to request Mrs. Sminu Jindal to kindly join. So we have seen in the last 10 years that para athletes have actually performed excellently at the Paralympics, and in spite of all the challenges, it was very heartening to see how they have got so many medals for India. Sometimes much better success rate than what we have seen in the Olympics for India. You have been working with the para athletes. We have seen, at least I have seen you for the first time, your organization working with during the World Para Athletics Championship, and the kind of commitment that I have seen from your organization, your people, was very impressive. And we have heard a lot about how you have been working closely with the para athletes. So you understand that entire ecosystem in terms of accessibility and what kind of a support they require. Given that even in the Khelo India scheme, we have a separate segment related to inclusive sports, where we do take care of para athletes. We would like to hear your suggestions and on how further we can strengthen the support system for the para athletes. Kindly, please. Kindly, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Rao sir, Vinil sir, and Himavindu ji for inviting me today to speak my points. I agree completely. The para athletes have really outperformed. Quite honestly, we've been through a little bit of their journey in terms of their Paris Olympics, where they had 19 medals and India ranked at 24 in the country list. And in 2024 Paris, they did even better. They got us 29 medals, with us being ranked as number 18 in the World's Fair. Para athletes actually put in a lot of their hard work, and still there are a lot of issues that I would like to bring to the notice of the team. Rural schools need to be made more accessible, and accessibility needs to go to the grassroots level. That's why we work with villages. We understand their problems. We know that they would benefit equally. It is extremely challenging for a young athlete to even participate in schools in terms of sports, because sports till date, like not so far ago, it was considered as a topic that we should invest in only if we have free time. But with the way the current government is pressurizing on having a fitter India, a stronger India, and talking about Khelo India, I think it'll be very, very important that schools become more inclusive in terms of accessible infrastructure, because 70% of our country is rural. And I think there is immense amount of talent that we are unable to tap, especially when it comes to para athletes. They find it very difficult to come to different cities, to come to even different districts to play their game, because transport is not accessible. At least to start with, railways being the largest mode of transport for most athletes, it would be wonderful if one could look at making them accessible, not as a sort of a one-off thing, but every trade, every coach that gets replaced, every coach should have an accessible restroom, because in our Prime Minister's speech, he also mentioned there is going to be an incremental aging population. So accessibility affects not just people who are para players, it affects us all as we grow older, as we go through difficult circumstances in our life. I think human beings should support each other. I feel when we did a whole lot of 2 Khelo India in Delhi, we also realized that their staying facilities were not really adequate. We've had people in the panels talk about mental health. You can understand a player who's going through a difficult circumstance, for them, the amount of pressure not being able to go through their daily life in regular regular affair, like not being able to access a good clean toilet, which is accessible, not be able to go and drink from the same water fountain. There are so many infrastructural changes that we need to do for their staying facility as well as stadiums. Once stadiums become accessible, especially in the light of Commonwealth Games that we have got and the Olympics that we are trying to get ourselves onto, it is extremely important that stadiums should be made accessible even for people, not only players, but regular viewers that have come to watch. Honestly, sir, if we are able to do this, we would be able to attract many more tourists to come to India, and it will impact tourism, creating foreign exchange reserves for India, and help us become #1 in the world economy. That's my dream too. Assistive devices currently for para players are very expensive. They are unable to get good devices which will help them up their game. If there is a way that the ministry could look into it and provide them with better, not just playing facilities, but better assistive devices so that they can play their game at an international level. We are again talking about not having Reebok shoes to run, like Milkha Singh ji didn't have good shoes to run to perform. That's the case with para athletes today. They do not have the right equipment to be able to perform out there. I feel a multi-ministry committee needs to be set up with accessibility at its core, because accessibility is a fundamental subject that affects everything, sir. Because in my little talk here, I've already discussed school, transport, hotels, hostels, stadiums, religious sites, tourism. Actually, it is the backbone of a country to move ahead. So I would really urge if all ministries could come together so that this becomes a far more implementable and a far more reachable solution. Accessibility is something that I feel would help us push ourselves to another level and definitely topple Germany in a year's time. Maybe optimistic, but that's what I believe in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to request the Secretary Government of Gujarat, Dr. Rahul Gupta, to kindly please join. Gujarat has been a pioneer in terms of sports development in the last 10 to 15 years. In fact, some of the pioneering work includes related to the Khel Mahakumbh. He exited. Oh, it's not, so probably I think he'll rejoin us. In the meantime, I would like to request Mr. Viren Raskinha to kindly join. So he himself has been a elite player, Olympian, and he has been working very closely with the Olympic Gold Quest and working closely with most of the elite current Olympians and players. So in your understanding, how can the Khelo India mission and TOPS can further work on converting the potential talent, including maybe the talent identification, its development, and taking them all the way to the podium success?
Good morning, Vinil sir, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Vinil sir, if you don't mind, I'll make a very small request. I can see two athletes also, other than Mannu, also there, which is Mirabai Chanu and Anish. I'm sure they will be in between training sessions and had morning session.
They will also be having the opportunity to speak.
If we could give them so they could go to sleep and rest, they should ideally be resting. So if you don't mind, I would love them to go before me. And
I think Mirabai, if you can please kindly join and give your valuable inputs. आप unmute कर लीजिएगा. We are not able to see you. आप unmute कर लीजिए मेरा भाई. But Anish, you would like to speak?
Hi, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead, मेरा भाई.
Namaste, sir. सर खेलो इंडिया और अभी इंडिया में काफी स्कीम आ रही है, ये एक प्लेयर्स के लिए बहुत ही बड़ी बात है, क्योंकि ये यंग जनरेशन है, इसके लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है, तो ये बहुत ही अच्छे है प्लेयर्स के लिए। तो एक चीज मैं बोलना चाहूंगी कि हाँ, आज तक खेलो इंडिया ने बहुत सपोर्ट दिया है, तो उसने बहुत ही ज्यादा सपोर्ट दिया है। तो मैं जो आने वाली यंग जनरेशन के लिए कुछ मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ कि अभी अभी हमारी ये सेंटर में वेलिटिंग वॉरियर्स में हमने कहीं कहीं अलग अलग स्टेज में जाके हमने टैलेंट रन किया है। तो इसमें सिर्फ कैपिटल एरिया में ही हम जाके करते थे कि जो रूरल एरिया में हम जा नहीं पाती और उधर तक पहुंचते नहीं है कि हम इतना भी इंटरनेट में हम अनाउंस करो या इधर ये इसी टाइम में हमको टैलेंट हंट करना है, इतना भी करो पर रूरल एरिया में पहुंचते ही नहीं है, तो बहुत कम प्लेयर्स आते हैं। पर बाद में फिर आते क्या मुझे भी चाहिए था इसी स्पोर्ट्स में, मुझे भी मतलब ट्राई करना है, वो सब बाद में बहुत सारी कॉल्स आते हैं। तो इसी प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करने के लिए मैं रिक्वेस्ट ही करना चाहती हूँ कि खेलो इंडिया और टॉप्स मिलके कि हम टैलेंट हंट से पहले हर रूरल एरिया में, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जाके बच्चों को पहले सिखाना, या मतलब 1-2 महीने उनको टाइम दे के कि कौन सा स्पोर्ट्स में उनको जाना चाहती है, कौन से स्पोर्ट्स में उनको चूज करना है, उन सबको बातचीत करके लेके आएगी, तो सर मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया में काफी टैलेंट बच्चे भी मिलेगी और हर कंपटीशन में और हर स्पोर्ट्स में नंबर ऑफ प्लेयर्स बहुत ही ज्यादा होंगी। तो मैं सिर्फ यही कहना चाहूंगी कि हर टैलेंट ग्रास रूट को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए मैं हर रूरल एरिया में जाके ग्रास रूट को टैलेंट करना बहुत ही ज्यादा जरूरी है सर, हम आगे के लिए।
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for all your suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Anish, would you like to speak? सुनाई दे रहा है ना आपको?
जी, हेलो सर, गुड
Yeah.
आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। थैंक यू
आपका
फॉर
वीडियो भी अगर
करेगा वीडियो ऑन कर ले अनिश।
सर, नाउ एम आई विजिबल?
Yeah, you're visible. Please go ahead.
हाँ जी सर, एक्चुअली आई हैड अ कंपटीशन दिस मॉर्निंग, सो मैं काफ़ी लेट ज्वाइन कर पाया था।
We are glad
जब
that you could join.
व्हेन
Please.
गोपीचंद सर वाज स्पीकिंग, उस टाइम पे मैंने ज्वाइन किया, तो कुछ पॉइंट्स मुझे बहुत अच्छे लगे। वन, सर ने जो एथलीट्स को एजुकेट करने का बताया था, और कंट्री के अंदर फिटनेस को हमें किस हिसाब से लॉन्ग टर्म में जनरली सारे जितने भी कंट्री में सब लोग हैं, सबको हम कैसे एजुकेट कर सके कि वो फिटनेस पे ध्यान दें, चाहे वो डाइट के थ्रू हो सके। एंड सेकेंडली, एक बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट सर ने मेंशन किया कि जो एथलीट्स के अंदर मान लो ओलंपिक लेवल का या वर्ल्ड क्लास होने का पोटेंशियल नहीं है, अगर सिस्टम उस चीज़ को देख पा रहा है, तो उसको राइट टाइम पे रूथलेसली आपको डाइवर्ट करना है, ताकि वो एक्सपीरियंस तो उसको हो गया है काफ़ी सालों का स्पोर्ट्स करते हुए, वो स्पोर्ट्स साइंस टीम के थ्रू या मैनेजमेंट के थ्रू राइट टाइम पे हम एथलीट को डाइवर्ट कर पाएँ। वो स्पोर्ट्स में ही अपना एक्सपीरियंस और टाइम देके वापस से कंट्रीब्यूट कर पाए। एंड जैसे कि फुटबॉल फेडरेशन में से सर ने मेंशन किया था, खेलो इंडिया के कॉम्पिटिशन्स हो रहे हैं कंट्री में मल्टीपल, वेदर इट्स खेलो इंडिया स्कूल गेम्स, यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स एंड नेशनल गेम्स एंड द नेशनल चैंपियनशिप्स। तो काफ़ी एथलीट्स सेम एथलीट सारे कॉम्पिटिशन्स खेल रहे हैं, तो खेलो इंडिया में हमें या तो उसको ही हम प्रायोरिटी इवेंट बना दें, या फिर हम नेशनल चैंपियनशिप्स को प्रायोरिटी पे रखें, और खेलो इंडिया के अंदर जितना भी ग्रास रूट से एथलीट्स आ सकें, उसको और नीचे लेवल पे, मतलब आइडेंटिफाई करने के लेवल पे एथलीट्स को पार्टिसिपेट करने का अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले। अभी इवन सारे स्टेट से बच्चे क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाते हैं ऐसी बड़ी गेम्स, खेलो इंडिया की यूनिवर्सिटी या स्कूल गेम्स के लिए, सिर्फ टॉप 8 या टॉप 12 ऐसा आई हैव सीन इन शूटिंग। एंड पर्सनली मेरे जो एक्सपीरियंस से मैं देख रहा हूँ या टॉप्स और खेलो इंडिया की तरफ से, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इट्स अ वेरी गुड इनिशिएटिव और बहुत अच्छे से काम कर रहा है, इमेंस फंड्स इसमें इन्वेस्ट हो रहे हैं। उस चीज़ के लिए तो आई विल से कि मतलब थैंकफुल हूँ कि 10 साल पहले जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था, हर रोज की जो ट्रेनिंग कॉस्ट 5 to 10,000 ईच डे एक अच्छे शूटर की आ जाती थी, अभी उसमें से मोस्टली थ्रू खेलो इंडिया एथलीट्स का कवर हो रहा है, वेदर इट्स एमिनेशन, स्टेइंग फैसिलिटीज और गेटिंग गुड कोचेस। ऑफ कोर्स उसके ऊपर जैसे कि सब डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, इम्प्रूवमेंट हो सकती है, बट इट्स इन अ वेरी गुड डायरेक्शन। एंड जैसे मैं टॉप्स में भी पिछले काफ़ी सालों से हूँ, काफ़ी अच्छा सपोर्ट है, वर्ल्ड लेवल पे हम किसी भी कोच के पास ट्रेनिंग कर पा रहे हैं, जैसे कि नेशनल कोचेज और फेडरेशन के सपोर्ट से। लेकिन जो टॉप्स के अंदर इंडक्शन है एथलीट्स का, मैंने देखा है कि वो काफ़ी बार लेट होता है। मतलब इवन हम शूटिंग में अभी देखें, जो 2025 साइकिल में जिन शूटर्स ने आउट परफॉर्म किया है, मतलब बहुत ही अच्छा, वो अभी तक भी कोर ग्रुप के लिस्ट में नहीं आए हैं, मतलब दे आर नॉट इवन इन डेवलपमेंट अभी। तो वो प्रोसेस को हम बहुत जल्दी आइडेंटिफाई कर लें कि ये एथलीट में पोटेंशियल है ओलंपिक लेवल का, ताकि उसको बहुत एट द राइट टाइम ही स्टार्ट गेटिंग द सपोर्ट। एंड थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग मी द अपॉर्चुनिटी। यही मेरी तरफ से स्मॉल सजेशंस थे।
Thank you so much for joining and giving your suggestions. Viren, you'd like to continue?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I was just requesting them to speak from my own experience. After 3-hour morning session, you feel tired, sleepy, and hungry. So I just thought that.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No, thank you, sir. I'm just trying to quickly note down a few points which I feel from the point of view of improvement. What can we do better? Obviously, there are many things that have really improved. I think, as Gopi has always said, of all the ingredients that go into the mix in building Olympic champions, I think the coach is the most important ingredient. And we have to ensure that coaches at all levels, not just the national coach, but grassroots, intermediate, and elite coaches, are all given their due respect. I've seen that now Sai has, through ACTC, etc., we sort of make it compulsory for most of the top federations to have their coaches accreditation programs. And most federations, many federations are doing very good work compared to, say, during our time when Gopi and myself and Adil sir were playing at that point of time. I think from point of view where we can do better, sir, I think it's coming like, I'm taking the example of my sport, hockey, where they do the Hockey India level 1, level 2, level 3, then FIH level 1, 2, 3. I feel in terms of numbers we are churning out, it is very good. I think we should just take steps to sort of try and ensure that this is not becoming a tick in the box. And ki, yes, we are doing coaches program. Are the FIH level 2, level 3 coaches actually able to have the leadership qualities and the analytical abilities to guide senior hockey teams, whether men's or women's? I'm not sure in most of the cases. So I think we need to just ensure that our coaches programs are not becoming tick in the boxes and we're just churning out numbers but not quality. That was one thing, sir. Second, competition structure. I think one of the best things of Khelo India youth initiatives has just been the quality of competitions at different age groups. And I keep thinking back when I was 14 years old, when I was 17 years old, we didn't get the benefit of such good quality of competitions where maybe very often best players from all over the country are gathering together. So I think that's very good. Similar to that, sir, we should just ensure, especially with the top 8 to 14 federations, whether it's your high performance, high priority disciplines or priority disciplines, the competition structure is one of the most essential elements again of building champions for the future. So we have to ensure that there are adequate competitions domestically in all, whether it is Khelo India or other events. And I would add, especially for girls. For example, sir, again, I'm going back to my sport, hockey. I honestly think one of the big reasons why our women's hockey is still not coming up, because the number of domestic competitions, especially age group competitions for females, is too less. if you ask me what is the difference between the time I was playing 20 years back to now, I think the national camp has improved tenfold. If you look at quality of the coaches, quality of sports science staff, accommodation, nutrition, recovery, overall fitness, much, much better than our time. But our time, what was better was, I think, just the quality of domestic competitions. We would play, even the national campers, I would play a lot of domestic competitions. Right now, domestic hockey in the country is, I would say, zero. Only the 50 boys and girls in the national camp are really strong. Outside that, there's a big gap in the level. And unless you focus, what has Belgium done so well to become such a hockey powerhouse? I think Belgium has worked on coaches, Belgium has worked on grassroots level hockey, and Belgium has worked on building the strongest domestic league in the world. So unless we invest really strong in our domestic competitions, domestic leagues, encourage our national team players, Harmanpreet, Manpreet, etc. have not played domestic competitions for years. And we have to mix it up. I know sometimes they can't play all the time because they also need rest. But to spread the sport in the country, we need our top players playing also in domestic competition. Otherwise, today, because they are not playing, the jobs also in hockey are just come down drastically across even PSUs like Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, ONGC. So just strengthening overall competition structure, especially for girls and especially at age group levels, because otherwise in a physical sport like hockey, if you don't have regular competitions throughout the year, 6 to 8 competitions minimum, how much can young athletes only train without participating in competition? They will not be motivated. Coaches will not get any feedback. Players will not get any feedback. Competition gives us feedback, and we need to ensure that we do that at regular intervals. Selection process, and this is from my little bit of experience working with several NCOEs. I think we need to tighten the selection process and move with speed with young athletes. If we are able to just move with speed when we are at the selection process, ensuring it's a very robust selection process, then there will be less slippages through the system. Because when we are preparing for 2036, today it is 2026, 10-year horizon, that means in most sports, and there might be slight changes depending on the nature of the sport, but in most sports, today the age group of the athletes would be anywhere between 11 to 15, I'm assuming. So we need to ensure that those kids are under the right ecosystem, the right coach, we're teaching them the right habits, the right nutrition. Again, in sports like boxing, wrestling, weightlifting, girls especially are missing out because they don't get the right nutrition until they're identified and put into a proper system. So if we identify them only at 15, that means in very important learning phase of their life, they're not getting the right nutrition and in physical sports, we have to bridge the gap on nutrition. So I'm talking about weightlifting, boxing, wrestling, hockey, which are all athletics, which are all major sports for us. So that selection process for Khelo India, NCOE schemes, etc. has to be very, very tight. National championship. I think, sir, in most sports, the national championship is losing its value. We should really work hard to bring back the importance of the national championship in various sports. Ensure participation, ensure it becomes the premier competition of the year. If we don't do that, we will not get our top players participating. The value of the national championship is really going down. So then I just think, I just want to say that we have spoken a lot about of grassroots development and Olympic medals. I want to put it out here that the strategy for grassroots development and the strategy for winning Olympic medals are totally two separate strategies. Both are equally important. We cannot win Olympic medals without grassroots development, but it's separate strategies. Grassroots, of course, much more broader initiatives. Olympic medals be laser sharp on focus on what we do, which sports we are in, which events, how deep we go. So it's important to know that demarcation, and I think getting real paid professionals with accountability when we are dealing with the 2036 Olympic medal targets that we have. And I want to put the emphasis on accountability over here. Right now, no one knows who's accountable. Many stakeholders are working together, but we need to be extremely accountable and sharp and assess ourselves very, very sharply every single year. Otherwise, we will fall behind on our milestones for 2036. And last but not the least, sir, I just think that we should, there is scope to improve on maybe mentorship for young athletes. And by saying mentorship, we have tremendous experience of people like Mirabai Chanu, Yogeshwar Dutt, Manu Bakar, to guide our 13, 14, 15-year-olds. Of course, we don't want to interfere in their own training and preparation, but some who are recently retired, no longer directly playing, so immediate names, Saina, Yogeshwar Dutt, etc., even from other sports, Dhoni, Rahul Dravid, we should maybe utilize their time to guide our most talented young kids on just handling pressure. I think the biggest thing about Olympics is handling pressure. At Paris, we had 6 medals, but we had 23 top 8 finishers. And the margin between top 8 to the podium is actually, you're talking about a microsecond here or there, or a millimeter here or there. And if we can get that 1% better, and I think mentorship has a big important role to play. So that's something also I feel that we can utilize the services of our past heroes to maybe help our young talented kids handle stress much better. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for everything.
Thanks again. Thanks for your very valuable suggestions. Now I'd like to request Shri Raghuram Iyer from the Indian Olympic Association to kindly please join. So as we know that we are on the path to conducting the Commonwealth Games in 2030 and our potential Olympic bid as well for 2036. So it's going to be a decade of big events and huge transformative steps for the Indian sports. So as the apex body for Indian sports, the Indian Olympic Association, kindly please share your thoughts on how we need to develop the overall sports ecosystem, at the same time how we can get more success at the international level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vinilji and Hari sir, for this opportunity, and congratulations on a very, very well-made presentation, Himaji. I won't make this too long. Just listening to all my colleagues in the panel here, especially Adil, Gopi, Viren, Kalyanbhai, all the points that you've made, I almost see this as action points for the Indian Olympic Association. As clearly the IOA actually serves as a bridge between the athletes, federations, government bodies, the IOC, OCA, all the international bodies. And I think there is a very, very strong role that IOA needs to play out here. So we're almost, I'm saying that we're almost taking this as action points for what the IOA should be doing. Some of the shocking data that Gopi just presented on the physical literacy, on physical literacy, and how is it that India at the grassroots level is not even moving enough. And I think that's where we see that as the custodian of the Olympic movement in India, the IOA has to be, ensuring and embedding these Olympic values into which, percolates into the fabric of the Indian society. So I think our aim is to transform these values into a mass movement, exactly, and all these things want to ensure that just don't remain as lip service, but we join hands with this whole mission of Fit India movement, which actually just complements what the Olympic movement is about, and ensure that whatever is the idea of a sporting nation, which is to make it stronger and healthier, actually happens. So there is a lot at the IOA that we have right now we have identified, and how we start implementing is going to be very, very critical. And we look forward to working very closely with SAI and the MYAS on ensuring that that these whatever activations are actually activated on time. Adil actually, Kalyan Bhai also made these points very strongly as only they could, which is to say that in Khelo India, the NSFs need to be strengthened, and I think that came out from Viren's point as well. That all the while Khelo India is excellent, and I think it has started the juggernaut to roll, but in some way, if we can ensure that a lot of some of the funding is also given to the NSFs, which ensure that the national championships are done, which ensure that I would also like to make a mention here about the national games that would be that that the IOA is restarted right now, and others been a very critical part of that whole thing as to how is it that we also ensure that the national games plays a very, very important role in this whole talent identification, and is also the platform wherein the best of the talent comes out and participates at the national games, and we ensure that again becomes the primary or the marquee event wherein we can look out for talent. A few of the other points about career transition, Gopi, that you mentioned. You and I had spoken about this, about having a robust athletes commission, which again we have just about started, and we are ensuring that there is in a small manner, but then in a manner which hopefully will see a lot of more success going forward, as in making athletes, showing them the pathway for a career transitioning, for career transitioning. You know that we recently did this athletes forum last month in Ahmedabad, wherein we had the top athletes like Sania Mirza, Jinke Rane, and unfortunately you couldn't attend, but many of the others who had come down and spoke to the budding athletes about career transitioning, about safeguarding, because that is another very important part of building the sporting ecosystem, ensuring that the athletes feel safe. And when I talk about safeguarding, it is their mental well-being, their physical well-being, and also ensuring that they're all very, very well educated as far as the doping systems and the NADA processes are concerned. So I think from an IOA perspective, we need to ensure that all these aspects of what the Olympic movement enumerates is being incorporated and is being completely rolled out. One small point again, what we mentioned about Vinilji, about we being on the cusp of hosting the Commonwealth Games and having the aspirations to host the Olympic Games as well. We would need 50,000 volunteers. We would need 50,000 volunteers. So where are those volunteers going to be trained? So that skill development needs to be set in place. And there also, I'm happy to inform the group that we've just recently announced that the reopening of the National Olympic Academy, which again would take up these kind of initiatives and ensure that we do have 50,000 volunteers who are trained for the Commonwealth and all the other upcoming games as well, whether it's the police games, whether it is some of the other international games that we'd like to host. So, in conclusion, I just want to say that I'm taking all the inputs from this wonderful group as action points, and I think IOA has a very, very critical and an important role to play in this. And I look forward to everyone's support and inputs in taking this whole thing forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we go to the next panelist, I would like to request all the participants, in case they have any particular query, even though we cannot, over the audio, we cannot take the questions, but you can type it in the chat box. We will have a look at it and we will pose it to the panelist to whom you would like them to answer. So now I'd like to request Shri Rajesh Rajagopalanji from Dani Foundation. You have been, seen both the government system, how it functions in sports administration, and also you are now associated with a prominent foundation which works for sports development. And you have heard all the eminent panelists' views. So would you like to please give your suggestions on how we can further strengthen the sports ecosystem through the Khelo India mission? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for inviting me on this platform. Of course, I echo what most of the experts have said, but for once, I would not like to be symptomatic and probably try to go to the roots of the cause. And when I say that, because of my present experience having worked at the grassroots or say at basic democratic institution, which is a school, and I've worked with Gopi on this, and I really echo his sentiments on physical literacy and all. The basic problem today is, like, we work in a state, I will not name that. There are 40,000 schools on only 800 PE teachers. You look at the Western world, a gym period, which we call physical training period or sports period or something like that. There is nobody who's facilitating those things. So how do you train the basic motor and fundamental and gross motor skills to gross and fine motor skills to a child? Uh, so somewhere we need to address, and I think as because center is doing a huge work as far as building the sports ecosystem, but somewhere we need to build that grassroots ecosystem and build the capacity of the states to take that on, take them on. If we don't have enough physical education teachers, why can't we get ex-sports person and create a small capsule for them so that they understand the basic physiology, and then put them into these schools so that at least there is a facilitated sports or a gym period for the kids. The second thing is, I would like to quote Norway's example here. They don't go into deciding a child at 6 will play this sport all his life or 5. They don't even have competition till a certain age, and they don't keep a record till age of 13. And it's the most successful winter sports nation for last 3 winter Olympics, as well as even in summer Olympics. If you see, right from athletics to a lot of other sports, they do well. Why I'm saying that is because the moment you start competing at age 5 or 6, it becomes that you are grading a child that you are good in sports or you're not good in sports. The moment you do that, it becomes a hurdle for a child to be participating. And we require that base. So at least participating, all the child, as Gopi said, they should participate in sports. But the moment you start is putting them into blocks, that becomes a hurdle for a child to do. The other thing I've had, with Hariranjan Rao sir, I had this discussion earlier also. Do our schools create a conducive environment for a scholar athlete? We don't, because school feels that if we give any allowance to the student, to an athlete, our schools, results will get spoiled. But we don't create an environment around that. That child doesn't have to score 98%, 99%. If he's an identified talent, then you need to ensure that that child at least gets that fundamental, very strong, so that everyone has been talking about transition. Why our athletes cannot transition today is because their education and the fundamental education is very weak, because everyone says khelo, तुमको नौकरी मिल जाएगा गवर्नमेंट में, and that's it, and they get satisfied, okay, हाँ government नौकरी मिल गया. Now unfortunately, because their coaches are also undergone through the same system, they don't enforce. Even at NCOEs right now, Khelo India actually has a element of education into its whole design, but how strongly are we implementing it? And because of that, there are multiple fallouts. The athletes overtrain because पढ़ाई नहीं करना है तो train कर सकते हैं. Why do we have to have a scholar athlete undergo a 7 or 8 periods, curriculum? have only 2 hours curriculum for them, but please make them, attend all the fundamental subjects, and rest can be covered through, through a tuition or something like that. I know the secretary sir told me one day, ki, why can't we create a policy out of it? If it can be created as a policy, it will be outstanding thing for scholar athletes. And that is where it is addressing all the other things like your coaching, having quality coaching, because they cannot, and Sai would know it better at NIS, how many times you have to push a coach, an athlete undergoing a coach program or somebody undergoing a coach program during sports science classes, because fundamentals are not. So I think somewhere we need to address those kind of things. And we also don't give our children a multi-sport environment. We bracket them very fast. You, even as parents, we say, "No, my child will play tennis only, or my child will play badminton only," because heroes already have come into that sport. So and it has a long-term effect, because the child gets very demotivated after playing same game for over years and years together, and are not able to develop the other aspects of physiology or mental, this as a team man. If they're playing individual sport, so they cannot become a team person, and even in individual sport you require a team at the end of it, right? So those kind of I think if we start addressing this uh, competition structure, we keep talking about we should have a strong competition structure, but I agree with all the panelists that it finally has to align with the national and international calendar. Today we have and it's not about Khelo India's games. I'm not talking about Khelo India game at all at this juncture. I'm even talking about national and national championships. They come without warnings. There is no preparation time. We are working with some high performance center. We have seen that because to improve their world ranking, we have put them into international training this, and suddenly a federation is called for trials. Or suddenly they'll say, no, there will be a camp. Now the whole periodization goes for a 6. So somewhere everyone has to come together on the same platform and think together rather than thinking in isolated, environment. The last, I think, Asmita is a great initiative, but I think we need to do more in women's sports. Just to give you a data, uh, China and US, who are the top 2 nations in at the Olympics, USA had 63% of medals, including their mixed teams, at Tokyo by women, and their participation was only 54%. Similarly, China had 60% of medals coming from the women. Even Japan, which had just 46% of women participants in the contingent, had 56.8% of medals. Just I'm not trying to throw data out here. I'm just trying to show the how important women's sports is for us. Even in India, if you consider, if you take out the men's team, hockey team, which is a team member, out of 13 medals in the last 3 Olympics, 7 have come from women. So we know how, and unfortunately in Paris, our participation went down, maybe because of the women's hockey team didn't qualify, because 16 would have probably brought the balance slightly better. But I think we need to do a lot as far as, women's sports is concerned. The last is, of course, administration. We have spoken. I was part of the task force with Adil and Abhinav, and I think we have submitted the report. Proof of the pudding is an implementation of that report. Infrastructure somehow has always been a pain point for me, because and every forum I have spoken that it is the field of play which is important, and not the brick and mortar structure, big brick and mortar structure, because it eats up even in your revenue expenditure and your maintenance. And I learned that when I went in 2018 to Gold Coast for Commonwealth Games, and I saw some 20 football fields side by side on a single drainage system, no stands. They had benches between these things, and probably at the cost of one stadium, they would have created more. more than 20 this. So in one stadium, 22 people are playing. Here 220 people are playing. So I think we need to create more facilities like that. And of course, the FOP has to be of great quality. Rather, in the Australian thing, they had created soccer. There was a soccer post down, and above that, they had created Australian rule football thing attached onto the same post. So they were creating it as a multi-sports thing. And I know Sai has been trying to add a lot of multi-sport halls, which is a great beginning, I think. But I think our infra focus should be somewhere there, and I think that's from my side. Any other question, I'll be happy to answer that.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Siddharth Shankar from Reliance Foundation. Kindly please join in. And we have been seeing the Reliance Foundation investing a lot in terms of both at the grassroots level and also training the elite athletes. In fact, we have recently visited the Geo Institute, and the facilities and the systems there have been really very impressive. And we have been in talks regarding establishing and supporting through the Olympic Training Center kind of a scheme. So you have heard all the panelists. So and you have worked over the last decade in this particular field. So what is your suggestion in terms of how the corporate sector and the government can further partner, and especially with respect to the Khelo India mission?
Thank you, firstly, for inviting me for this discussion, and also giving me the difficult task of following up all these illustrious experts who've spoken before me. I'll try my best. I think the fundamental point I wanted to make, I think everybody's touched upon it to some extent, is that since we are looking at a long-term solution, one of the biggest problems we need to address is we don't have a sporting culture. I think we should accept that fact and see what we can do about it. And that involves two aspects. Culture, one is participation, and the second is followership. If you look at participation, I think we have a lot of great numbers to show, and in the presentation we also saw this number of 25 crores, which is a huge potential for us. But when we organize competitions and leagues, how many of those kids in the schools are actually participating in those competitions? The rest of them do not engage in sport as much. Commander spoke about the example of Norway. One of the stats that came out after the Winter Olympics why they're successful is 93% of their population, not their children population or kids population, their entire population, adults, senior citizens, children, participate in sport actively every day. That's the sporting culture we are talking about. Unfortunately, in our country, it's present in pockets like Mr. Chaubey mentioned. You have Mizoram, Manipur, Goa, who are engaging in football, but it's not a nationwide phenomenon. We don't have that culture of participation or followership of sport. From a followership perspective, unfortunately, Olympic sport is still once in a 4-year conversation, although that has changed quite a bit. I would appreciate the efforts of the Honorable Prime Minister because he speaks so much about Olympic sport. I think a lot of people have started following it. Yesterday, there was this whole lot of images being shared about the Indian cricket team's final, but also Laksha's final. So there is a lot of conversation happening, but we still need to do a lot more because still a very small niche of Indian population actually follows sports other than cricket. So what can we do to address these two fundamental issues? One is participation, the second is followership. I have a few suggestions that I'd like to make, and maybe if this whole culture piece could be taken as a separate discussion topic, that would really change the ecosystem of sport in the country. One, the presentation mentioned about a lot of sports schools and other infrastructure being created. Right now, I don't think any of these institutions, either existing or being planned, have a KPI of how many people walked through your doors, how many families and communities came and participated in sport, what kind of activities did you engage the local community in? How many schools and colleges have you partnered with? Have you offered the schools and colleges your space to come and use? Because most schools will not have the infrastructure. So can we introduce KPIs and budgets where these facilities are encouraged to have community sport engagement as a big result area for them? The second part to it is why a lot of these international countries are successful is because they have the club culture. In their local clubs, every day, every week, they are participating in sport, regardless of age. Even people like me who've never played sport at a serious level, they will always be engaging in sport. And that's what creates a culture. If I, as a parent, am following sport, I will encourage my kid to take up sport, and so on and so forth. So it's a virtuous circle. So can we introduce, whether it's the grassroots coaches that Gopi and his project have identified, or somebody called a community sports officer, or any such person in a district or a local mohalla, where their objective is purely to engage schools and communities to come and participate. We have to look at it from not from a talent lens, but from a fun and participation lens. When more people start participating, eventually all the other systems will kick in. But that's what we need to address. That's one part. How do we address the participation? The second one was on the fan side of things. We are a hero following nation. So when Lakshya did well yesterday, the entire nation came together and started following it. So can we be proactive when we're talking about professionalizing the federations to also have the component of how are they marketing the sport? How are they taking the sport to fans? What efforts are being put in to get more fans into sport? And to answer your question, Vinil, this is where probably one of the areas where corporates can come in and really help, which is commercial, not, I don't want to use the word commercializing, but it's more about making the sport more marketable, making it more accessible, getting more fans onto the sport. If we can address these areas, then all the other systems that we've spoken about competitions, leagues, academies, will kick in and have greater impact, because you have more people participating, but also more people interested in sport. What also happens because of this is people start watching sport, more fans are engaging and watching live streams, more corporates get interested, more corporates will start investing in the sport, broadcasters will start coming in. Again, you create a virtuous cycle. So I wanted to make the point that we need to do something to influence culture in sport. Yeah, I think everybody else is covered, so I don't have anything material to add on the other aspects.
Thanks for the very valuable suggestions. Now I'd like to request Mr. Wala, the DG of Sports Authority of Gujarat, in case he's still online. Kindly please join. We are not able to see you. If you can please turn on your camera. Balaji.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible.
Good morning, sir. Sir just left for another meeting at 12.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine. That's
Yes.
fine, because I believe there is an assembly going on, some urgent.
Yes, sir.
So that's fine. Thank you. Thanks for joining in any case. We have received some questions and from the participants. So, and some suggestions also we have noted in, because there is a shortage of time. So we have noted all these suggestions. I would like to request the eminent panelists, if anybody wants to further add, we can have one final round of with all the panelists, and then we can close this session. Anybody who would like to add further?
And Adil sir.
Adilji, please.
Sir, thank you. You know, on the Khelo India mission, when this email came to me, I did a little homework, a little research, and basically I broke this down into 6 points: talent development, infrastructure, technology and sports, coach development, competition, grassroots, inclusivity. Just to give you 1 or 2 points, I don't want to go into great details, but on the talent development, when we started this scheme, we said every year we will take 3,000 athletes and keep adding 3,000 athletes, and the 6th year it will become 18,000 athletes. And then after the 6th year, we will remove 3,000 and add new fresh 3,000. As of today, after so many years of scheme, there are only 2,904 athletes. See, why I'm saying this, I'm talking implementation. We can make a great plan, but if the implementation is not happening, we will suffer. So today we have only 2,904 athletes. out of which only 750 are in Khelo India academies. 2,000 are actually outside of the academy. Now, they get only 10,000 rupees and nothing else. And then we still claim they're Khelo India athletes. We have to train them. We have to put them in academies. So this is something that we need to really look at. Now look at team sports. Say a thing like hockey. If there are 2 people from Maharashtra and 4 from UP in a hockey team, unless you bring them to one place, that Khelo India scheme is not going to give us the results. So let us understand that. Then in that monitoring, the monitoring system is totally out of sync. It needs to be really changed, because you just drop an athlete, goes from under 18 to open section. There the events are different. You're running 3,000 here, you're running 5,000 here. You'll say 5,000 timing is not good, we drop you from the scheme. That monitoring is very important. In upgradation of infrastructure, I think what really needs to be looked at is, how is this money being spent? Are we looking at just 1 or 2 big projects? Are we putting that money across? Because the figures that I see are completely skewed of the 3,000. Again, you are giving a Northeast state 180 crores where there is nothing. There are no coaches. There are no athletes. So I think we need to, again, I keep saying the ecosystem, we really need to look at that. Technology and sports science, we are very, very far from where we should be. Serious focus, sports is a science. If we do not do science, we will not succeed. And I keep saying this, we must have a hub and spoke model. There are little things that are coming up all over. I went and visited a very nice center in Ranchi. They have no data. So what are they doing? If they don't have data to compare their athletes, there is a serious problem. Coach development, I'm not going to touch. Gopi has touched upon it in great detail. Competition. See, competition again is a huge problem. For example, there are some federations which don't have a competition calendar, and there are some federations like us which we do 40 odd events. Okay, we have 42 events this year in the athletic calendar. Then you suddenly have what my friend mentioned, that the national games, Raghu. Yeah, but national games is great. We should do it and we are pushing to do it, but it can't be in an off-season time. Our athletes are getting injured. So we need to do the timing. For example, athletics has a great program. Tennis has a very good program. Why would you want to push tennis into saying you must have a league, you must have that? Swimming ends in September, and now you want to have national games. So it has to become, and as Commander said, it has to be integrated into your national and international calendar. Again, so we just talked about the event being sent across through social media, etc. Where we have to do it, we are not doing that part of it. Inclusivity, I think Asmita is a great program. We had more than 50,000 girls, but anyway, we've always had equal men, women, and paras. These things are very important. Again, sports needs to be divided very clearly into sports, fitness, and culture, the sporting culture, and elite training, like Viren said. And it will take us at least 25 years to create a sporting culture. The Fit India movement is a great movement. We must have similar movements. States must get involved, because that movement has to be pushed through state level. And unless it happens at state level, we are not going to succeed. So, and again, on the money, I was very happy to hear saying that we are going to invest more money into this. I just want to give you some figures. China budget 4.5 to 5 billion. USA only private 3 billion. Japan 1.2 billion. UK 1.5 billion. Ours is roughly 350 million. So I'm not saying that the budget, I think we need to first be able to spend that money. So I'm very clear that unless we can spend that money correctly, we should not increase the budget. But I'm just giving you some overall figures, because the minute you asked me to do this, I did some research and pulled out some figures from here and there. So I think some of these points, I mean, that I can go into great detail, but I just thought I'll touch upon these points. So thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining. Jolly, you wanted to add? See your tops.
Sir, thank you, sir. Sir, I have most of the points already covered, sir. I have just one suggestion. We had already discussed it, but I'm repeating it again, sir. The performance, actually, there should be a column in the result card about the sports performance also. And regarding the basic test to be conducted, sir, that can be conducted by any PE teacher. It's just that we need to have a medium that they can be punched in. I understand the accuracy, but we can make small videos and distribute to everybody. The basic fitness assessment test can be done at all school level, and we will be able to get all the data, sir. And basically the young athletes at the age group of 11 to 15, we need to have a look at them, with the view of 2036, and they need to be supported. That's all. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Any final word from any of the eminent panelists? Kindly, please, you may join. It's an open session now. Thank you. So I would now request Secretary Sir to kindly give his concluding remarks.
Thank you. I think the most difficult task has been left on me by Vinil to summarize of what all has been done. But let me actually share with all of you a very positive development that is happening in the country now. One, we have the chief executive of the country, Honorable Prime Minister, leading it from the front by giving sports the kind of primacy it deserves. So on that count, we are now kind of having a solid backing from the political executive. You know that the minister is very, very glued into the whole subject. He's involved in every decision making. He is completely hands-on on our subjects, our challenges. So this is a very good positive side to bank upon. The second is the financial backing of the government. That commitment is also now very much visible, as Vinil has slightly hinted. We are not disclosing numbers here for the obvious reason, because cabinet approvals have to come for the mission. But it will be astounding for all of us to really be proud of. But as Adil rightly pointed out, my bigger challenge is the capacity to be able to absorb that. Money is not a challenge. It is the capacity to absorb that additional funding into the system, which we need to worry about. But as I said, the best part of this entire exercise is the kind of people we have in our system who can think through and who can identify the challenges and point out the red flag at the right time. All the esteemed panelists who are sitting here, I can really be proud of them. I can only say, there is a saying in Hindi, there is a song, Mere do anmol ratan Ram Lakhan. So I can say as Secretary of Sport, Mere itne sare ratan, and all of you are really genius, and you exactly know what are the pain points. So when we collectively put our heads together and start working on a mission, I don't see any reason why it should not succeed. There could be ups and downs, there could be more expectations than what we can deliver, but then at least let us make a beginning. So that positivity is my strength, and I want to build upon it. The reason why we had asked Gopi Chand to head a committee on coaching ecosystem, or Abhinav to head a system for sports administrator, was exactly to go for your suggestions. But not that you have not been doing this in the past. I have also read the Olympic Task Force report of 2017 cover to cover, and I know these things have been talked about. But when I say that an inflection point is happening, you have to understand this very carefully. So TOPS started in 2014 after the Rio debacle, if we want to say that. But Adilji very beautifully explained that after 2010, we suddenly stopped investing in sports. So it had a bad impact. So we all know what needs to be done. But certain times in the history, the window of opportunity opens once. And today that window has opened. If we don't capture this movement, then we all have to be blamed collectively for this. And that is why I want to put this responsibility on all of you, all of us actually, together. We need to make best use of this opportunity, because you will not get a prime minister who is ready to lead it from the front and give us the mandate to do it. So let's therefore, भाई इसको बटन ऑन करो टीवी का रिमोट से, वरना टीवी बंद हो जाएगा. Some button has to be pressed. Yeah. So now, I don't want to give a very long lecture, but I want to again enthuse all of you with great amount of sense of purpose that we have. We don't want to waste even 1 minute. But let me also explain it to you that Khelo India mission that we are talking today in the budget is only going to be a scheme. There are a large number of other initiatives that we will have to take which will make this scheme successful. Scheme per se will only be more financial allocation. But there are a large number of new elements that we are adding in the scheme that you would have already noticed in the presentation by Hima. Coaching, for example, we never had any funding for coaching, but we have substantial funding now coming for coaching. The challenge would be how to ensure that that money goes to the right hands, that money is spent properly, and whatever the coaching ecosystem report talks about, coach accreditation board and a lot of other classifications, that needs to be parallelly put in place so that the funds available in the Khelo India mission gets properly channelized. Similarly for infrastructure. Now I think even in the infrastructure, we have been doing very little actually in the past. But infrastructure is something which is in any case a passion for the state governments. And every state government, when they talk to Government of India as secretary or my minister, the only thing they want from Government of India is some money for some stadium. So see, so much of work that we need to do now to convince them that, look, you don't have to spend money on stadiums. You have to spend money on FOPs. And Rajesh Rajgopal gave a very good example that in cost of one stadium, you can actually build 10 FOPs. That is something which we need to now convey very clearly and design our guidelines for infrastructure teams in such a way that we are able to make best use of the money that we are spending. Similarly, we talk about competitions. You would have noticed that for the first time we are talking about leagues and championships and competitions at the grassroots level in Khelo India mission. So all of you talked about Khelo India games with varying degree of experiences and suggestions. Certainly, it was an initiative in 2017, as somebody correctly pointed out, with Injiti Srinivas sir and people at that point of time thinking that because SGFI was sinking, national games were also struggling because of the IOA's ban and all that. So that was brought in as an alternative, at least something should happen. Now it has reached a stature where it has started affecting the overall ecosystem. I think it is for good. I look forward to a lot of good suggestions that have come regarding how to organize Khelo India Games hereafter. One good news I want to give you is that we have recently taken a decision that we will have expression of interest for next 5 years of Khelo India Games calendar being frozen, so that there is no uncertainty till the last moment ki kahan hoga, yahan hoga ki wahan hoga. That we would like to freeze, and also the dates, etc. And yes, some good suggestions have come that we could also do regional games before we directly reach the national level. That is a good suggestion. We can think of structuring it. And the biggest problem in our entire ecosystem is that each sport has very peculiar requirements. So what can be done in athletics may not be able to be done in, say, golf, or say in cycling, or say in swimming and badminton. So every sport would be different, and therefore strategy for every sport grassroots program will also have to be different. We can't have NIDJAM kind of a system for, say, I mean, I can name 10 games, let's say kayaking and canoeing. We can't have that. But there are medals in kayaking, canoeing, there are medals in rowing, there are medals in taekwondo, and there are medals in athletics. So for each sport, detailing will have to be done quite threadbare. And this is where comes the capacity of the federations to be worried about. And again, that's an area which all of you are aware, with new law into force, National Sport Board and Tribunal likely to be in place in next few months. And so again, that's an inflection point. I'm not suggesting that all the federations would start functioning with the same alacrity and the same efficiency as we expect them to do in next 6 months. But maybe going forward in next 2 to 3 years, we will have more transparency, more accountability, and better election, and therefore better people coming to govern these federations. And this is where I have a major dependence on IOA, because now IOA will have to drive this vehicle which we are ready to fuel by asking all the federations to bring in professional management in their day-to-day functioning. Elections to the president of the federation, secretary general, treasurer, that is fine. That election will have to be done through a transparent process, proper electoral college. For that, board will come into picture, tribunal will take care of court cases. But a president and a treasurer and a secretary general are not supposed to be running the day-to-day affair of the federation when it grows beyond a point. Once in a while, ठीक है, बहुत सारे छोटे-छोटे federations हैं झोला type, but when you have a proper federation which is having to deal with thousands of people on a day-to-day basis, every federation needs to have a proper professionally managed team looking after all these things. In that context, having a large pool of sports administrators trained in sports management in the country will be handy. We are trying to slowly bring in these elements into whatever little lever that we have. I'm using the word lever because that is where we can talk to the federation in a more constructive manner. When they come for an ACTC meeting, we have a very fruitful discussion because then we set the agenda. So in the ACTC meeting now we are talking about grassroots level investments that federation must be doing, the management induction that the federation has to do. All this will have to be part of the discussion in ACTC, but ACTC funding is only one part of the whole story. So to cut the long story short, I think we are on a very interesting journey. One small point, large number of people have talked about grassroots level, school level intervention that we need to do. Now that is an area where we need to work very closely with the education ministry and state governments, because 60% of the children or 70% of the children in the school are studying in state level boards, not even CBSE and ICSE. So states will also have to be brought on board for making those changes in their curriculum and their school level reforms. I don't expect them to happen in the next 3 months or 6 months overnight, but certainly the momentum can be built, pressure can be built on various people who can take decision. And this is where role of all of you is important. I was not a sports person, neither was I a sports administrator. I came here a few months back and all of you have collectively educated me on this. I now understand a little bit of nuts and bolts of the subject and try to make efforts in getting the policy shaped in that direction. But this we need to do continuously with all the sports minister of the state, all the chief minister of the state, all the lieutenant governors of union territory, and that can't be done by only by me or my minister alone. All of you will have to play a role. So let's take it as a collective challenge. Mindset change is not very difficult if the right people are able to understand what they need to do. They believe me, if a state sports minister or a state chief minister understands that creating a big stadium of 500 crores, instead of that, if I spend this 500 crores in grassroots level by doing this, this and this, I am going to get more votes, I am going to become more popular. Why wouldn't a chief minister do that? We need to actually reach out to them and tell them that this is the right path, this is the way to go about it. So let's start riding on this wonderful journey. Khelo India mission is on a roll. We will be getting the cabinet approval in maybe next few days, few months, maybe 1 or 2 months. And then you will exactly know the details of each and every component, but largely we have shared with you because there is nothing to hide. In fact, this mission has been designed based on the feedback that we have been receiving from all of you for the last 7 to 8 months. So it's a great journey, and I thank you all for once again giving your valuable suggestions. I did not mention about large number of participants who are spectators today because we did not have bilateral. As I can see, 524 attendees are there in this VC right now.
And YouTube stream also.
And we are also doing the live YouTube streaming. So you can imagine maybe thousands of athletes and their supporters and sports science people and sports support staff, coaches, and everybody is watching these webinar. So I'm sure this should give them the sense of confidence that yes, India is on the right track and we will reach there. Thinking very big in terms of Olympic medals is one part, but bringing everybody together and to be able to do that is the difficult part, but we can think of doing that also. And once again, I thank you all for your valuable time and suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are very grateful to all the eminent panelists and the participants for being part of today's webinar. We really appreciate your taking time and being part of this and giving your valuable suggestions. We are thankful to all the participants also. They have actually been listening to all the suggestions and the discussions, and we have got quite a few the suggestions from the participants. We are noting down, and I believe there are certain issues also that has been raised by some of our partners or the colleagues. So that also will resolve that. So with this, we come to the conclusion of this webinar. Thanks to all each one of you for joining. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
हेलो सर, वॉइस आ रही है? हेलो हेलो सर, वॉइस आ रही है?
आ रही दीपक जी आपकी आवाज।
ओके।
Join with the same link at 4 p.m. today. I again
Hello.
repeat, I request.
हाँ हेलो।
Hello.
1 to 10 काउंट करो। 1 2 3।
Deepak, give me a minute. Give me a minute. I request all the panelists and attendees to rejoin with the same link at 4 p.m. today for the concluding remarks by the Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Minister of Tourism. The link will remain the same. Thank you.
हेलो दीपक, दीपक ऑडियो आ रही है? हाँ सर आ रही है। ठीक है, तुम्हारे ऑडियो आ रही है। तुमने ज्वाइन किया?
सर ये जो आईपी आपने लगाया है ना 21 हेलो
सुनो मेरी वीडियो क्यों नहीं आ रही?
दत्ता सर हेलो सर
मिस्टर, हेलो हेलो, संजीव प्लीज कंफर्म मेरी ऑडियो आ रही है?
यस सर आपकी आवाज आ रही है
आ
रही है सर
जाओगे?
हेलो हेलो ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर आ गया
यस सर
हाँ, ठीक है मेरा आ गया ना ये ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर का है
ठीक है कौन से करें
नो सॉरी सॉरी मैं नंबर अलग चेंज करा देता हूँ ना चेंज कर देता हूँ
सर संदीप कह रहा था कि अलग अलग कौन से ही करेंगे राइट
हाँ तो वही तो था, एक जगह रूम में बैठ गए, क्या दिक्कत है?
तो मैंने ये बोला तो
हेलो 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 आवाज आ रही है हेलो निष्ठा मैडम
एक बार फिर से बोलना दीपक।
हेलो हेलो निष्ठा मैडम वॉइस आ रही है हेलो
हाँ दीपक आ गई।
ओके ओके
हेलो हेलो
क्या क्या नहीं क्यों नहीं क्या हुआ?
नहीं को नहीं वो रिकॉर्ड किया पहले फिर वो उधर बोला देखिएगा तो।
ओ ए,
नीचे से
मिनिस्टर टूरिज्म को एक
ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर था ना पहले।
ऑनरेबल था कैसे चेंज हो गया?
लेवल था सर हट गया वो फिर
तो तुम्हें ये करना होगा
यहाँ से
लॉगिन का समय ये कैसे आता है मिनिस्टर टूरिज्म
मैंने वहां से नीचे से किसी को चेंज किया था ना, वहां से चेंज किया।
मैं करा लेता हूँ ये मिनिस्टर टूरिज्म यहाँ आ रहा है यहाँ से यो आ रहा है यो आ रहा है ऐसे थोड़ी ठीक है हेलो मिनिस्टर हेलो बोलिए मिनिस्टर टूरिज्म ना मिनिस्टर टूरिज्म होना चाहिए। हेलो हाँ बोलिए
हेलो
हाँ बोलिए
हाँ आवाज आ रही है नहीं? तुम्हारी आवाज आ रही है, मेरी आवाज आ रही है? हाँ हाँ ठीक है दो काम है, तुमने दो लैपटॉप से ज्वाइन कर रखा है क्या? नहीं यहाँ कुछ नहीं है अब
यस
ठीक ही है।
मिनिस्टर टूरिज्म नहीं
एक मिनट सर मैं
ओके ठीक है आप मैसेज करा दीजिए पूरा पूरा मुझे मैसेज कर दीजिए मैसेज कर दीजिए अरे क्यों नहीं है
ये सही
ओके ओके
इसको लीव करके दोबारा ज्वाइन करता हूँ तो हो जाएगा
ठीक है आप दोबारा कर
ज्वाइन करेंगे दोबारा तो आ जाएगा
हाँ
दोबारा ज्वाइन करो
करो करो करो ये आ जाएगा सटन वहां जाइए प्रियंका
मिनिस्ट्री क्या लिखे होगा? मिनिस्टर मिनिस्ट्री क्या?
यस सर।
और दीजिए हमने ये मिनिस्टर सर्कल लगाया
ठीक है सर, ये फाइनल रहेगा ना कि
हाँ, हाँ।
मिनिस्टर सर यहीं से रहेंगे।
हाँ यस यस यही से करेंगे
ओके सर ओके।
ओके ठीक है डन हाँ
हाँ सर, यहाँ से कोई प्रेजेंटेशन है?
अभी तक मैंने मैसेज दिया अभी तक
सर मेरा वीडियो मिल रहा है आपको इधर दूसरे वेबएक्स में, दूसरे वेबएक्स का? हाँ आप हिला रहे हो सर, मेरा वीडियो मिल रहा है, मैं हाथ हिला रहा हूँ।
ओ ये क्या आ रहा है
ओके सर।
हाँ बोलो ओके
हेलो
हेलो सर, क्या आपको मेरी ऑडियो मिल रही है? प्लीज रेस्पॉन्स कर दीजिए। दीपक जी।
आ रही है, आपकी ऑडियो आ रही है।
हाँ दीपक जी, वेरी गुड। सर, आपको मेरी आवाज मिल रही है? बिल्डिंग एंड एक्सीलेंस।
यस यस
Regimental-
आ रहा है
ठीक है,
ना
वेरी ओके ओके। मिल रहा है ना आपको आवाज मेरा?
यस यस
और मेरा वीडियो आपको कैसे दिख रहा है? लेआउट कैसा दिख रहा है? सिंगल दिख रहा है या इक्वल दिख रहा है? कैसे दिख
पीछे आ रहा है। एक बार फोटो देखो।
क्या कह रहे हो? कैसा लेआउट दिख रहा है मेरा?
फोटो दे देता हूँ।
अब मैं बोल रहा हूँ तो अब मेरा लेआउट क्या दिख रहा है आपको? सिंगल दिख रहा है? मैं अकेला दिख रहा हूँ? सर, मैं आपको दिख रहा हूँ अकेला?
अभी आपका वीडियो नहीं आ रहा है।
मेरा वीडियो नहीं आ रहा? रुको, आएगा, अभी देता हूँ। अब आ रहा है मेरा वीडियो?
हाँ, केवल अभी आपका ही आ रहा है।
क्या मैं अकेला ही आ रहा हूँ?
हाँ, अकेले आ रहा है।
वेरी गुड। ओके ओके, रुको रुको।
अभी के
अब क्या, अब कौन कौन दिख रहा है दीपक आपको? दीपक? दीपक जी।
जी, आवाज आ रही है।
भाई माइक के पास ही रहो ना।
मैं माइक के पास ही हूँ।
वेरी गुड। आपको अब क्या दिख रहा है लेआउट?
अभी एक साइड में, लेफ्ट साइड में आपकी वीडियो आ रही है और राइट साइड में सेक्रेटरी ऑफ टूरिज्म।
वेरी गुड।
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hello, sir. Very good afternoon.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar, sir. Tourism. Am I audible? Namaskar, tourism. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Hello, Minister of Tourism.
Yes, sir. तुम्हारे पे दिया गया
और ठीक है ना, और मेरे
ठीक है, सर।
सेक्रेटरी जो है मेरे वेब
Voice is okay. Am I audible?
मतलब अगर ऐसा कुछ है तो मुझे अगर मुझे तो अभी क्योंकि अभी कल्चर
हेलो 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 टूरिज्म आवाज आ रही है सर?
यस सर, आवाज आ रही है।
ओके सर, ओके।
हेलो, हेलो, मैं हेलो दीपक जी, क्या मेरी ऑडियो मिल रही है आपको? दीपक जी रेस्पॉन्स करें।
Hello. Hello, Ministry of Tourism.
हेलो हेलो संजीव जी, वॉइस आ रही है?
जी सर, मुझे आपकी ऑडियो मिल रही है। क्या आपको मेरी ऑडियो मिल रही है?
हाँ जी, मिल रही है, मिल रही है।
अच्छा, मुझे ये जानना है कि सर यहीं से आएंगे सेक्रेटरी सर? हेलो, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर। आनंद सर।
यस प्लीज बताइए।
सर मैं कह रहा हूँ सेक्रेटरी सर इसी रूम में आएंगे, यहीं पे आएंगे?
हाँ, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर से जो हमारे सेक्रेटरी सर हैं वो इसी चेयर से ज्वाइन करेंगे।
ठीक है, ठीक है। और सर कोई भी प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है ना?
मैं एक बार कंफर्म कर लेता हूँ। वैसे अभी दो प्रेजेंटेशन होगी, ब्रीफिंग होगी दो।
ब्रीफिंग होगी बस।
अभी फाइनलाइज हो रही है पीपीटी।
कोई क्यूआर कोड हो जो मुझे शो करना हो डिस्प्ले पे?
क्यूआर कोड तो ऐसा कोई नॉलेज में नहीं है।
अगर है तो आप मुझे बता दीजिएगा, अदरवाइज।
क्यूआर कोड किस पर्पज से शेयर हुआ है?
वो सर एक सिर्फ उसको है कि भाई स्कैन करके लोग इन्फॉर्मेशन ले, सिर्फ स्कैन करते ही इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल जाए फीडबैक देने के लिए, बस यही कर।
ठीक है, एक बार कंफर्म कर दीजिए, है ना?
हाँ हाँ, प्लीज प्लीज, ठीक है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर से बात कर लो कि कौन आ रहा है कौन नहीं आ रहा है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर एक बार रिस्पॉन्स करना आमिर सर।
हेलो
सर आप मुझे इस स्टूडियो का आईपी बता दो।
मैं दे रहा हूँ आपको।
मैं डायरेक्ट डायल कर लूंगा, इसको यहाँ से निकाल लूंगा।
हाँ मैं आपको दे रहा हूँ।
आप
मैंने दिया
मुझे WhatsApp पे कर दीजिए।
हेलो
नहीं है
तो मैंने आपको दिया संजीव, मैंने दिया था आपको।
सर एक बार फिर से दे दो।
हाँ जी सर।
मैं यहाँ से आपको निकालना होगा, अपने एमसीयू में डायल कर लो।
टेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं।
ये 10/18/98।
हाँ 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 ये मैं फिर से आपको टैग कर देता
आप यहाँ से डिस्कनेक्ट कर दो, डिस्कनेक्ट कर दो, सर डिस्कनेक्ट।